Okay, mic check. Mic check, and I'm gonna check audio just now also. I need to. Oh, there's no audio to check because it's not on yet. So I need to check the audio. Just a moment. Got the mic blasting. Should be able to hear it, I think, because I have it in this wide range that can pick up multiple angles. Let's see. It looks pretty sensitive. I see peaks. Let me show you what I see. So I see the peaks here, and this is pretty good. So mic check. Let me let everybody know. I am starting my recording of this. And we'll do timestamps.
The proceedings are back in order. Ms. Bay, at this time, Lieutenant Commander Emmons, who has some questions for you.
Hold on.
Good morning, Ms. Bay.
Feedback.
As Human Resources, are you familiar with payroll taxes?
Yes.
Were the Ocean Gate Board of Directors paid?
Good question.
No.
Were the Board of Directors offered shares of the company?
Let me get the mic
I'm
deal a little
uncertain.
differently for you guys. My cat normally gets up
I'm
here.
sorry.
I'm uncertain whether or not they were.
Here we go.
Did you ever have any conversations with the Board of Directors?
Not directly.
Can you expand on that? Indirectly?
Indirectly, most of the board of directors meetings, especially during the COVID time, were Teams calls or Zoom calls. If they were to come on site, Rear Admiral John Lockwood would come on site. He does a lot of things around the Port of Everett. There was always a handshake, nice to see you, those types of conversations. How are the kids? And then they would go into their closed-door board of directors meeting.
Were you ever part of those closed-door director meetings?
I was not.
What did you understand to be Admiral Lockwood's
Wow,
role on
she
the
is
Board of
talking low
Directors?
here. I know I can hear it.
I actually did not understand what his role was, obviously on a consultancy basis, understanding maritime, what we done, and he was a huge advocate
Bring it over again.
of deep sea exploration and the maritime, being progressive, I guess.
You had stated earlier that mission specialists, in your eyes, were not passengers, they were part of the crew. Were mission specialists employees of Ocean Gate?
No.
Were mission specialists ever given shares of the company?
Not to my understanding, no.
Were mission specialists required to complete a physical?
I believe they were quite a few times. I'm not certain if there were exceptions to that rule, but yes.
Hold on, Biddy.
Were they required to get that physical after payment or before payment?
I am uncertain.
Oh, no one else
And
said
do you
that they
know
needed
who
a physical.
verified if they received that physical and completed it?
I believe that was, again, Expedition Director and...
So the guy lied,
Stockton.
the guy that owns the contracting company.
If mission specialists got
he's the
hurt,
one
did
that
they
stayed
qualify
there, so
for
don't hold me for
workman's
slander on that one.
compensation benefits?
No, they would not.
Did mission specialists get health benefits from Ocean Gate?
No, they did not.
Did you collect payroll taxes from mission specialists?
No, I did not.
And did you collect payroll taxes from Ocean Gate employees?
Yes, necessary and needed, dictated
So
by
she was doing
the
accounting
Washington State
also?
and the federal.
Were you ever aware of a time that Mr. Rush put his own money into Ocean Gate Incorporated or Ocean Gate Expedition to fund missions or to keep employees paid?
Yes.
Can you kind of go into that? How many times, when? If
How
mission
many times
specialists got
they
hurt,
worked
do
at
they
their
qualify?
office a few times, or Ocean Gate Inc. was going to have difficulty meeting payroll, and he increased his investment by making a deposit, and we were able to meet payroll.
Did Ocean Gate Foundation ever loan Ocean Gate Incorporated or Ocean Gate Expeditions money?
Not to my understanding, no.
Were any Ocean Gate employees ever asked to forego their paycheck or would be willing to get paid later?
Yes.
Can you kind of go into that? How many times and when?
It was one time. I believe it was the beginning of 2023. We were looking to make ends meet, and if we were able to defer our paychecks, there was an offer that Stockton had derived, I believe, with an attorney or whomever, that we could delay our paychecks and be paid a small amount of interest and recaptured at a specific time.
Can you go into why that occurred in 2023 and not the other years?
I believe the finances were just getting very tight at that time.
Did any Ocean Gate employees ever not receive a paycheck?
During this time, I believe it was Stockton and myself that delayed our paychecks.
So you delayed your paychecks just once or multiple times?
Just once.
What was the company policy, and I know you touched on this a little bit, but regarding completing a dive and refunds? Did mission specialists have to actually see the Titanic wreck site? And were they given a credit if they didn't see it? How did that work?
The specifics, again, were handled by Stockton, and so exactly how the refunds worked was a little bit outside of my role and responsibility, and I never saw a refund come through. But they were given a credit, I know that would sit and wait for them to come back and return and join with us to complete an expedition and a successful dive.
And a successful dive would include actually physically seeing the Titanic?
Yes.
Lieutenant Steele, can you please pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 035, which is the Ocean Gate Expeditions Waiver and Release of Liability Form?
Working on that echo thing, there might be feedback, so I'm trying to work on it.
I'll give you a second to look it over if you need, but are you familiar with this form?
Yes, I am.
When were mission specialists given this form?
They were given to it when the mission specialist agreement came out to review before they made any type of payment. And then they were given it again aboard ship prior to the dive. Usually the evening prior to the dive that they would be on. Or possibly another iteration and things that would happen would, a whole team would meet and this would be presented of people who hadn't seen it. And they were familiarized, and then that would be, 10 to 12 people that would be in the room, and it was presented aboard ship.
You just stated of people who haven't seen it. So is that the first time sometimes they would see it?
Not our mission specialists. In that case, it as our content experts, possibly any science people who had joined us, and if they were interested and if the opportunity arose for them to join a dive, it was never guaranteed, but this was the waiver that they would also be introduced to.
So this was for other people on board and the mission specialists?
Yes.
Whose responsibility was it to send this form?
It was generally our expedition director. It was sent over in a DocuSign packet to them.
To your knowledge, were mission specialists ever sent these waivers during their flights to the mission or on board the support vessel? I know you just said that usually it's the second time they've seen that.
Yeah, I don't believe they were ever sent that. But again, I would have no knowledge if somebody was to have emailed it to them while they were on their way.
And do you know, to your knowledge, what would happen if someone refused to sign the waiver? Would they be refunded or given a credit, or?
I would, to my knowledge, I've never seen anybody refuse to sign the waiver. That was a mission specialist, and so I wouldn't know, but I would assume they would be getting a credit.
Thank you, you can take that down. We heard testimony from Ms. Wilby last week, a former Ocean Gate contractor, that stated when she tried to bring up several safety concerns to you regarding dive 80 on July 16, 2022, that was the dive where the loud bang was heard. She was told that she was causing trouble and did not have an explorer mindset. Can you explain to us what?
Those statements said, again, that was, my recollection may be wrong. And her concerns in general, she had actually told me she had been very sick for a month prior, had joined the ship and hadn't slept in 3 weeks, came aboard, and all her concerns were listened to and notated, but what she was specifically referencing, I don't have any knowledge of.
Did anyone other than her bring up safety concerns to you on that dive regarding the loud bang?
No, it wasn't my responsibility, and anytime anyone brought up a safety concern, because I would have no working knowledge operationally or engineering, to refer them back to the head of engineering, to the director of operations, and to Stockton. And I did ask her if she did have concerns to bring those up to those particular people.
And what was her response?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Why was Ms. Wilby sent home the next day before the end of her contract?
Ms. Wilby was sent home. I was not there for the experience, but I was asked by Stockton to release her from her contract as she had acted erratically, unprofessionally, and had disturbed our crew during a challenging situation in the communications pit.
Can you kind of go into a little more of that? Is that your own experience or just what Mr. Rush told you?
That is what Mr. Rush told me. Wendy Rush, who was in the comms pit, along with others of the Ocean Gate staff and a few mission specialists, that she was acting unprofessionally, crying, yelling, and kind of pushing aside recommendations and asking, people had asked her to stand down, and she did not.
And do you know what she was crying and yelling and disturbing the crew about?
I believe we had lost communications with the sub. It was not at full depth. And we were trying to reestablish that. That does occur and has occurred multiple times on dives, and communications are restored through working through specific processes and processes that she was there to be an assistant and stand behind. And I believe, for whatever reason and her expertise, she tried to jump in, and they were working through those challenges on their own, and they were successful in working through those challenges, to my knowledge. Again, I was not up there, but this is what was relayed to me.
Understood. Thank you. How did the number of employees at Ocean Gate change throughout your time there?
When I started, as I had stated previously, I believe there was close to 30 employees. COVID happened, and any kind of operations at seas were then halted, obviously getting into a submersible and onto ships and all of those things. So we had to get rid of many of our operational staff who was there, who were doing small jobs because they wouldn't, boat tending and things of that nature, because they were no longer needed at this time. So the company just shrank and tried to keep its feet on its ground during the COVID-19 pandemic.
And how about after the COVID pandemic?
We were still in recovery mode as a country and as businesses, and we would fill in where needed aboard ship with contractors.
You had mentioned that on, I believe it was 2022, your role started changing a little bit on board the support vessel, and you were part of the dome closing crew. Is that correct, or
Yes.
opening and closing?
Mhm.
Can you kind of go into that a little bit more in detail? What did that look like? What were your roles? What did the crew with you do?
Sure. In the beginning, it was assisting in bringing over air compressor hoses, checking and double checking our bolts, making certain that they were greased with specific maritime grease, changing them out if they were flawed, and then making certain the people that were opening and closing the dome had all the equipment they needed, which is ratchet, wrench, those basic things, drills for our all threads. And so first I was just managing that equipment and efficiently getting to them. Then I began to open and close using the bolts, inspect the O-ring, make certain it was cleaned and in working order, and help our mission specialists into the submersible and out of the submersible, gathering their safety gear, helmets, and life jackets that was not necessary inside the sub, and then being there when they came back and reissuing those and their shoes so that they could, again, board the ship safely.
Were there written procedures in place to ensure it was closed correctly?
Yes, there was a checklist.
And what was that checklist a part of? Was it like a part of a manual?
Because my operation, I'm certain there was a manual, but my operations just was around that particular checklist, so I'm not certain what bigger piece of information or manual it was part of.
And how did you get trained on your role as the lead dome closing crew?
Again, assisting, and many a time, because even if we're not making a dive, we are opening and closing. If it's raining, if we're going into maintenance, we need to close it for the evening. And so I was trained under the supervision of all of our operations people, some of our good contractors who had worked for us, as well as Stockton Rush.
And your training, did that include like a qualification process, or was it just like on-the-job training?
It was on-the-job training.
Can you explain to us, you've mentioned a few times about the mission director, can you explain their roles and responsibility as the mission director?
The mission director of our ship during these was in charge of overseeing all the working parts and checking in which each one of the leads, if it was, I was dome opening and closing, is the dome secured? Yes, radioing in. They would also assess and look for strikes and anomalies that were occurring during the dive that may affect the outcome, or whether or not, 3 strikes, and I know that was mentioned earlier, then the dive was canceled. And we had canceled multiple dives because of strikes due to weather and other things going on. And so he would calculate those and then discuss that with the engineering, the operations head, and anybody who was in a lead role. If we had divers out in dinghies, it was checking in with all of those, making certain we were all comfortable in what we were doing and that we had completed things and that it was as successful to us as possible.
So is it fair to say that the mission director was in charge of the entire mission and dive?
It's a shared responsibility just overall, because we each hold our own responsibilities out there to where we are executing when we are and how we are doing that. But yes, he was the main coordinator, or she, if there would be a female, but it was, yeah.
So who's the primary person? I know you talked about strikes and anomalies, but who's the primary person that decides if a dive is a go or no-go?
It's a collaborative effort between operations, engineering, Stockton in his role, and our mission director.
Lieutenant Seal, can you please pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 027? That's the Health and Safety and Environmental Manual. And go to page 147. It's under Section C, under dive execution, Section I.
I'm sorry, what page?
147.
Our exhibit 27 here does not, it just has a cover page. It does not have the entire
Okay.
manual. But it may be sufficient. I defer to Ms. Bay whether,
Yeah, I'll go ahead and
And I can read it I'll read it for you as well. It states the mission director shall be in charge of monitoring, directing, modifying, and potentially canceling a dive operation. So with that said, if the mission director and say the pilot on board had a disagreement over canceling a dive, who has the authority to cancel the dive, the mission director or the pilot?
it would be the mission director.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant Steele. I'm going to kind of backtrack a little bit to your expedition in 2021. Specifically want to talk about Dive 65, which was on Mission 3 on July 19th, 2021. It was a dive to 3,500 meters. Were you on that mission, correct? You were on all the missions?
Yes.
And if it helps, we can pull up the dive log. I can pull that exhibit up to kind of help refresh your memory. I kind of want to talk about that dive.
That would be great.
Okay.
Please pull it up.
Lieutenant Steele, can you please pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 052, which is the Ocean Gate Dive and Maintenance Log. This is difficult to see, so you may need to use your binder.
Commander Emmons, just for the record, can you clarify when you say you were on that mission, if you mean on the expedition or on the actual dive mission?
Were you on the expedition in 2021, Aldi?
Yes, I was on the expedition in 2021. I was physically aboard ship during this time.
And you were on this Mission 3, on specifically Dive 65 on Mission 3?
I don't recall. I'll review the documents, but
But
yeah.
again, apologies, but again, on the ship, right? I
Correct.
think that's the important.
Correct.
Again,
As a
Ms.
support.
Bay testified that she was on the vessel for the entirety of the 21. I think the confusion is when we're saying on a dive,
I understood.
where that is.
Correct, that's what I'm asking. Were you present?
And aboard the
this-
ship, yes.
Correct, yes, thank you. So on this dive, they had a drop weight issue on this dive.
I'm sorry, can you give us the date one more time?
Oh, sure. It was July 19th, 2021. Can you go to the left to see the date, Lieutenant Steele? Yep, thank you. It's the one on the screen that says 65/7/19/21 Titanic. Oh, go.
Yeah, it's not in our binder, I don't believe.
Is it page 2 of Exhibit 052?
Well, we have Exhibit 52, which has nothing. We have Exhibit 52.1, which does not seem to include dives for 2021.
Okay, we will take a 5-minute recess to get you the dive logs.
Thank you.
something to drink myself. I'm glad you guys a drink also. We're gonna go with, what's it, 10 o'clock in the morning? Let's see, we're gonna go with a little bit of vodka, cranberry juice, and beer inside of it. So I had to add the beer part because I don't want you guys to really think I'm drinking that time in the morning. I'm not much of a drinker, but I don't mind a good fakery about drinking. On the job sites, I might tell people I even have a hangover. Oh, I got a hangover. They're like, you went out? I'm like, yeah, right. Right. Don't get me wrong. I used to love going out partying. I do the fake drinking. I'd have the bartender give me water with a lime in it and tell everybody it was vodka because vodka doesn't have an odor. I'm not much of a drinker at all. I'm a two and done drinker. You give me two and I know I'm a happy drinker too at that point. I'm not one of those mean, evil drinkers at that point. I'm just smiling. I'm happy. Like to dance. Boy, I like to dance. Many a woman back in the day dancing with me. I had to reject many of them. You know how it is. But let's be clear. Since we're waiting on a break, not everybody got rejected. Everybody got danced with, though. I would dance with everybody. I didn't mind. I really enjoyed the dance. Nobody could hang with me. They couldn't. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a couple people that could keep dancing, but they'd eventually fizzle out. But they could dance pretty good. Here we go. Oh, and I couldn't dance worth a shit initially. Let me tell you that. Some girl grabbed me. I'm gonna dance with you. Pulled me onto the floor. I said, no, I can't. I was like a robot, stiff. Like, no. This girl said, don't worry about it. You'll get through it. I'm like, oh, no. I had on a military jacket also, so I was like, no. It was cold in that bar even. No. Anyway, next time she saw me was many months later. And she could not believe me out there dancing my ass off. And when I realized it was her when she approached me, I was like, oh, you're the one. You're the one that, gave me the confidence not to, to get out in front. I got so good. I was so good at it, guys, that I'd be the first one on the dance floor by myself even. And people would just observe and I would just be cruising, just having a good time. Non-alcohol, just enjoying it. It was very fun, very fun for me. I enjoyed dancing once I learned how to dance. And then I would look at old Fred Astaire movies and things like that and see how they would glide and it was very, very interesting. And I'd incorporate some of their logic into my dancing method. Oh, it was fun. All right, still waiting. 10:03, so one more minute. And here's to you guys. Cheers to you viewers. You see the comments? I left them. Oh, let me get them a little more tighter up on the screen there. Hopefully you can still see the comments. Can you read their comments or should I make it larger? I'm writing now because it's faster to write to get you guys instant replies. And I see very small print over here, so sometimes I misspell because I can't even see what I'm reading. I'm typing blindly. I wonder if I can make it larger by doing... Yeah, there we go. There we go. It was not suicide. Thanks, David. Oh yeah, I used to fake the drinking too. You know how you got. Woo. I've only been busted a couple times when somebody tried to drink my drink. I'd order them one. I'd snatch it back. Go, no, I don't share drinks. I'd order them one instead. You know, if a girl tried to share your vodka and your straight vodka, which is water, as I told you, with a lime in it, and I would tip. So, undercover tater chip. I'm looking at the comments there. Flight milk fish. This is what a lying witness looks like. Well, how about deceptive? How about a deceptive witness? I think they've all given the questions ahead of time because you're too fast with the answers. I think they all had questions ahead of time. So let me write that over here. They don't need any time to recall or let me think about that or anything. Wait a minute. This is it, and they're not challenging back. Like, wait a minute, 2021. Let me get this. Okay, right. All right. I got it. So what's your question again? None of that's going on. It's like they have the chain of questions, and they're firing back answers so fast. You would ask me what I was doing in 2021. I'm like, wait a minute. I got to go to my YouTube channel, try to back up and go to my field notes, things like that. Then I can tell you what I was doing in 2021, but I can't just jump on it. Yeah, Timmy sub comment. Okay, let me go back. Oh shit. I lost you. Give me a second. Shit. Fuck. Okay, there you are. Timu sub. I'm at. Oh. I'm glad I waited. Okay. I don't get the. They did give refunds. It was 180 days. Refund. The guy's comment here. Patch something. They did give refunds up to 185 days. $180 days. I think that was $50K. Yeah, Rush Timu sub. I'm looking at you, David Baldwin. Yeah, David Baldwin, yeah. Oh, you are. Okay, let's go with that. Let's see the bolts. I know it's actually 18 bolts, but they left one out every dive for the GoPro. Okay, for you guys watching here, I'm going to do a content. James Cameron wasn't suing anyone if he didn't survive the sub ride. All right, so the dome falling off. That's all about clamp force. It did not have clamp force. Let me read something in the background while I do this. I've been trying to get a hold of something about while we're waiting. Let me finish this off. It's a 2018 building code. It's a chimney job I have to specify for under a different code. So I had to pull it up. The line shall start 2 feet below its chimney connector. We're still waiting, so let me just read this if you guys don't mind. I'm just going to read while we wait. Oh, I spelled watch. I told you I can't read the damn small print. I spelled watch correct. Okay. I can do something better for you. Hold on, something a little more interesting. I'll get you something more interesting. Hold on. Well, I'll come back to that. Get you something more interesting. How about this? While we wait, I'll get you you don't want to read that technical bullshit. All right. So clamp force is what caused this to break off. Lack of clamp force. if they had the proper amount of, if they had the clamp force, when they shock loaded, it would have been the surface tension holding it on. But they had the bolts doing it. I don't want to give away too much, but this will be what I talked about when I said that when they dive in the water, at some point the bolts are holding this on. At some point the pressure outside becomes so great that it's able to put this in compression, the external pressure, and the bolts are not needed. At some point this weighs more than the pressure, the lateral shear movement onto the bolts weighs more than the ambient pressure of the water around it when it's below the surface. So if you only go 33 feet, if you would undo the bolts, the thing would fall off. All right, because it weighs more. The door is significantly more. It's not a car door that you go over into the. It's not a car door, is it? So it's 3,500 pounds. So it would need the pressure below it to be able to displace the pressure below it. So initially when it touches down the water, say it goes down 1 foot in the water, that's not enough to keep the door on. That displacement of water is not enough. The door itself needs to displace more water. And that would be the underside surface. You're looking at the underside cup of it, if you will. At some point when it gets so much below, it's displacing more water than what it weighs. It now becomes floaty, all right, which isn't going to happen. But that water surface, that pressure matters, and now it starts pinning the door against this opening. And no amount of you going down there and it can pull this apart unless you were able to go to tether on the back end and put a cable on this side, and you had pressure. You could crank up enough tension to pull it apart, more so than what the pressure of the water around it is, the water pressure around it. That's how that works. That's why when people say that it fell off in the ocean at the bottom there, it just fell off. It's not physically possible. It's not physically possible for it to fall off. There's too much pressure down there. There's 6,000 psi, let's call it, per square inch. This thing weighs 3,500 pounds. You do the math there, and we can get to. Oh, calculator's hidden. Yeah, don't want to do that. All right. 3,500 pounds. I'll just use my calculator on my phone. It seems like it's hiding my calculator now. So, 3,500 pounds. I could round up to 4,000. Let's do that. 4,000 pounds. Divided by 6,000. Yeah, that's simple. I only get, wow, really? Let me do this one more time. So, one more again. That's crazy. Hold on. I have a problem believing what I'm typing here. Let me, I got another engineer buddy of mine. We banter. Let me text him something. Exactly. 6,000 psi. Let's do 5,000. You're on speaker too, so I'm going to play it somewhere else. But let's do 5,000 psi down there, right? At 5,000 psi, 1 square surface feet is 144 square inches. What number do you come up with? I know I just do 144 times 6,000, but my calculator is telling me this wild ass number. So what number do you come up? 1 surface square foot. It's just to debunk the people telling them that the dome cannot fall off on its own. It had too much pressure on it. 1 surface square foot. What do you see the calculations? You're like, what the fuck? So 1 surface square foot has that much pressure on it. There is no way it's able to slide off. There's no way it's able to rotate off under that much pressure. Take a look at it. 1 square feet, 144 times, let's 5,000 psi, or you can change it to whatever you want to. You'll see that crazy number. I'm holding down you guys, but you can hear it. So you can hear me in the background. You guys, since you're in the room here, you get the extra. So now Zachary, now I'm doing the Euler-Buckler formula, right? And you see where I'm going with it? But I did a video on this, and I said how much of it is countered, though? Because remember, the shape of the dome is it's a dome. So some of it is surface tension that it's resisting to try to do compression on the pressure chamber section of it. Some of that is surface tension, and it's literally what it is. Same thing, 6,000 psi. So how much is that countered by the two ends trying to compress? How much is that actually countered by or canceled out because of the downward force and upward force, the surface tension that it's trying to go through? You're trying to push a dome through 12,000 psi. Why I would come up with that is that 1 inch at the top, 1 inch at the bottom. All right, that's just opposite each other. But it's not that, it's radial, it's all the way around. So you're trying to push a dome into the carbon fiber, but it's radial all around. So you can see that it's the pressure that it's trying to crush this void inwards, but at some point it's not transferring. It's getting reduced. It's chaos mathematics on that one. But I know it wants to fold it in. It cannot fold it in because it's a titanium ring. Go right ahead. So it wants to flush it down the toilet. All right, the action, if you guys are listening. It wants to flush this dome down the toilet hole. The outside pressure does, but it can't fold it in. It's got the shape, and around here, 6,000 psi everywhere. It's on the outside. It's around here everywhere. It acts as a compressive force. As it's trying to fold it in, this also acts as a friction, the psi. If you don't believe me, turn a power washer on, a 3,500 psi power washer, and try to stick your finger through it. You'll see you won't make it to the other side with the flesh still on your finger. So, and that's just 3,500 psi. So you see the issue there? The chaos mathematics of it. All right, for you guys, since we're still waiting, let me get you some other stuff here. This is the chart, right? And it's going to show. Where is it? Okay, here's the when she asked the question, what's this 3 strikes rule? Well, here's the chart. They use literally an inspection sheet, and it's Stockton Rush, as you can see, and this is the other person. They said there were only 2 people. It says, for example, this one, horizontal thrusters move to starboard pod. Vertical thrusters will be I guess it's inoperable with port off offline. Okay, for testing. Waiting red flag. Incident report complete. Waiting red flag. Incomplete and checklist modified. And we come over to the left and you figure out what it is. And this is broken rear dead sub recovery eyelet. All right, so dead submersible recovery eyelet. An eyelet is nothing. An eyelet is a grommet. I have no idea why it broke. Thrusters Pride inoperable. Dome dolly balls have seized. Okay, so they call it a dome dolly. I call it a glide. They call it a dolly. Yeah, dolly. Installed balls of Zerk fittings. Zerk fittings are, I hope you guys can hear me. I got to speak up towards that mic. Zerk fittings are what? Anybody know? That's right, such a delay. Maybe I should type it in here. Nah, they're just grease fittings. Incidentally, it's not going under too much pressure, but it's under pressure. So the Zerk fittings could be, depending on what grease they use, it could stay in place because it's non-compressible. The more air it has in it, the more compressible it is. Don't believe that fluid's not compressible, guys. It is. It has other chemistry in it, which is even salts, also air, nitrogen, oxygen. They compress differently when you compress them. And that's why deep sea divers will have different issues with them because of the blood vessels. It's compressing differently in their blood vessels. Belly cam, when flat gray below 300 meters, others just black. All right, so this is the belly cam. There, that would show the possibly the weights. Zerk is a grease fitting. Oh, good, good. Now I have a timeline. It's about 30 seconds. So, David, we're about 30 seconds in the rear now when I said that. 30 seconds behind. This is good. All right, so replace sat phone. All right, where's the sat phone? Incident report. Engineering sat phone flooded during op. Okay, so they have a satellite phone they take out on the maybe in a bag that they take out onto the platform. I'm guessing. I don't think the sat phone will work inside the carbon fiber hull. Bluetooth to PS3 controller has short range and Bluetooth extender installed. Okay, so BT, Bluetooth. I'm going to sneeze. Give me a minute. That means my cribriform plate has to be cleaned off. If you want to look up cribriform plate, you'll be so grossed. It's in your skull. That's what a sneeze really is about. So God blessing me doesn't help. It's just your body naturally wanting to clean off the irritants, dust or whatever. All right, it vibrates. The sneeze vibrates it, shakes it off, and then you grossly, you swallow it. Why should you swallow your mucus? Well, this is oddly enough. Mucus helps protect the lining in your stomach. So people that spit more, they don't swallow their mucus. You can't taste it, incidentally. It's gross. We know it's gross, but you don't taste it. It doesn't go into your mouth. It helps with the lining of your stomach. So how's that for a factoid? Rear fairing loose. Well, we know what they do with that. Ratchet strap. Oh, shit. They didn't say what they're going to do. Right here, look. I guess that's ratchet strap. Mini joke is true. It says closed. So they fixed it. All right. Oh, shit. Port emergency O2 tank empty. Others need topping off. Filled. No date on it. Let's see the date behind it. It was in 18. Oh, I gotta speak closer to the mic. I apologize. Have they come back yet? Ah, shit. No. Let me get something a little more fun. No, maybe. This is the finite element program for the strain gauges. I'll give you a quick detail on that. So part of that debris field is, I gotta talk loud, I keep forgetting. You know what, let me just bring this fucking mic over here. They're not back yet. So hopefully you can hear me. Let me check that with the live video on my phone. Make sure you can hear me clearly. Give me a moment here. Oh, they're back. Oh. They're back. Let me refresh this page, and maybe they're not back. Nope, I'm playing a rewind in my own damn video. Yeah, they're convening. Let me, oh shit. Hey guys, they adjourned for lunch. We got duped. No, it says break. Oh, I pulled up an old video. My fault. My fault. I apologize. Give me a, so I can find my video, right. So my video, let me go to history. Hey George. George just walked in. All right, there we go. Let's see. Let me turn my volume up. Okay, I think I'm going to be ready if I talk to you now. I'm going to pull back the content behind us while we wait. Okay, so part of the audio is great, I think. So the part of this, but I'm getting feedback in my own ear. So part of that foam is dislodged presently to us back here. It's found in the debris field. It's them no testing, but I want to get you the thing that everybody seems to not understand. Okay, so see, part of that foam is in here. Give me, see right here, tail foam, but we got tail foam here. So part of that foam came out. I think upon impact, the ash end shifted. It drove it back a bit and popped off one of the foam. One of the foams. And what does it tell you about that foam? Remember, the foam is very floaty, right? Foam is very floaty. So why is the foam, I ask you this, why is the foam on the bottom of the seabed? Shouldn't that foam have rised upon itself? So there's something else with the syntactic foam that is still, it's out of specs because it should have risen, but it didn't by itself. That's one of my details. All right, check my audio. That thing's getting weird listening to myself talk in my own ear while I'm trying to talk to you. So PH is upset with the Boeing in his presentation here because he thinks that the margin of for the factor, they wanted 10 inches roughly, right? Yeah, that could be a joke. They wanted 10 inches and he wouldn't give it to them. He said he can give them 5 inches. Yeah, you can play that. You can play that just like I'm making it sound. So he said, I can only give you 5. They said, we need 10 or the date's off. And since he couldn't give them 10 inches, they called it was no date. All right. He claims, I'm paraphrasing here. So he claims that, well, because they want 10 inches, it's a margin. You know, his 5 inches would do. It would work. Yeah, you guys can really play that the way you want to. So he said, my 5 inches will work. In fact, I think you only need 4.5 inches to get you where you need to go. But I'll give you 5 inches. You know, I'll lose a little weight. You'll get 5 inches. And I think they parted ways. We'll see that with Boeing when they come forward. But I think they parted ways. They actually wanted, I think they negotiated somewhere between 7 and 10 inches that they wanted, you know, that they could probably see if that would work for them. That's why you see in the search up here I have 7. And 7 is not it. No, you know what? Hold on, I can find it. This is a shout out to Zachary. He read this before I did, and he found the amount of inches that they wanted. And let me just pull it up. So, oh shit, Zachary, you didn't get me. Hold on. Oh, I can type this in. Nope. That didn't work. Okay. I'm not going to waste the money getting Boeing to inspect that piece of shit. That means that he was referencing his, I read this part, his damaged hull. It's a piece of shit. He's not going to investigate that. So this is Rush talking. Let me see if it's down here. It had question. Nothing will find the micro buckling spots and small delaminations. Let me just make it clear, to cut to the chase here. They should not have been sanding that carbon fiber, as reported yesterday. A carbon fiber, you change the dimensions of the carbon fiber, it's no longer rated. It's not rated. I can't hand you a rope and tell you this rope is rated for 1,600 pounds and you get 3 falls on it. Incidentally, ropes can be rated that way. They elongate. Ropes aren't just tight when you're climbing, for example. They have so many falls they can take, like a bungee. Now, I'm looking at comments on the video comments here. So, let me read what my man said. Oh, Tandemac. Yeah. Yeah, so, hold on, I'm doing live. Let me tell you. Hey, I'm doing a live video right now, so I'm reading from the script, but I'm going to get back to you on your answer when I step away. So, he's not going to waste his money. This is not non-destructive testing, NDT, doing 5-inch thick carbon fiber of that size. He could have did destructive testing on it. They didn't need to keep it. They could just delaminate it, pull it apart, and shim it apart, and take a look at it and determine what's going on. It was ultimately they created breaks. I don't know how they put that together. Were they sanding that also? If they were sanding it, again, that's just madness. For one, it's got to be wet on wet, all right, to make it work. It's not when you stop it and autoclave it or vacuum bag it and lock it in, the next layer is the next layer. It becomes a stirrup, if you will, over top of your existing. The bond is epoxy gum. If you wet it, if you had like a pre-soak bond, or if you were allowed it, if you tested it and see if it would work, you could epoxy coat it and then add your pre-peg. Remember, you can't just add your pre-peg wet on one side to a dry surface. Pre-preg works wet on wet, so when it goes around again, it's still wet on wet. The top side is wet. It goes through like a bath, so it's wet on wet. But if you go right from your imagine you dipping spackle tape into a epoxy and you roll it through a roller that gets epoxy on both sides, and then on the wall you put it on the wall where the surface on the wall is dry. So it's going to suck some of your epoxy out, and the bond's not going to be as good as if you prep that wall first with a brushing coating of epoxy. Testing the pull-off test. There's a pull-off test for this, incidentally, that they could have seen if this works. The pull-off test it's expensive. I don't have that piece of equipment. I have a different piece for pull-off. That one I can rent. Let's get you the pull-off test. Let me go over here and show you an adhesive pull-off test. This is what they would have needed. You guys are getting I'm getting way into the weeds with you, but you're learning something that others do not. This is how they should have tested it. They should have tested to see if their theory was working, if it was solid. This is a cheap version. This is $1,200, $1,300 by Electro, whatever. This is the $3,000 one. That's a transducer. This is $2,500. Now we're getting closer to it. And why I say expensive, because it's fucking nothing. It's just this little damn thing that's going to pull off a small 1-inch section. Well, this one's interesting. Even I may look into this one. Let me open a new tab. Even I may purchase that one. These are... Oh, they're dollies. They're accessories to doing it. All right. The Germans make the best one. I would let's see if I saw it. I would tell you. You got to prep it. There's a lot of prep, and then you just pull off. You keep screwing until it adding load to it till it pops it off. and there's a certain speed you have to go at. You want a nice tempo. Here it is more like $5,000 there from Granger. I'm looking. All right, this one meets ASTM. Nope, ATM 50. I'm looking for one that says it's bragging about meeting some ASTM reading, American Standard crap. Mechanical engineers are the ones that give those standards. A lot of it comes from automotive industry. So that's how you would test to see if you had good bond. And it would be sacrificial, that piece you're not going to be able to put back in, it's done. And actually you actually cut. Oh, let me see. You actually cut okay, let's pull this one up. No audio, because you don't need it. It's going to be self-explanatory. All right, so here's one of the little cups. All right, and he's bypassed all the prep work it took to do that. A little slight sanding, preparation, a glue. Yeah, you use a glue to do a test of a glue pull-off test. And you'll know the bond. If it breaks between your glue and this, then you know you didn't glue it good enough. You want it to pull it out. It scores that around there. This the surface you're trying to check. And now it will pull. You'll know how much the lower the bond is once you pull on it. Once it pulls away. And let's see, with base ring, without base ring. All right. So this is very interesting. I've always, let me put this over here in this channel. This is interesting because I've always had this thing about the feet give you a different reading. They're still the same, but your interpretation is going to be different. This has more distributed plate with the base ring. So he's getting a higher reading, but it still came off the same. There is no difference. You just have to interpret that this distributed load differently down there. There is a point loading times 3 over here. This is three legs. This is also 3 legs with the base. I've done them both. 3 legs with the base and without. I use a hub when I'm doing anchor pull-out tests. I use a brake hub. It distributes and gives me this plate. I don't go out and spend these damn base plates. That little silly thing there, they might want $400 for that. You just need something that doesn't deflect. That's all. And it distributes. So it's still the same answer, but different. But it presents different, same results, but it presents as different MPA. They're the same. They're 100% the same. This material, this close together, installed this same, proves that to a degree, because the installer would have put the right amount of film on this, and then he would have glued it. Let's see what we're doing in the background if we're coming up on the video. Nope, Coast Guard's still there to your left, waiting on break. So the same answer. All right, let's go.
If testing adhesion on a vertical surface, to ensure that the gauge or actuator doesn't fall when the dolly pops off, attach a lanyard from the test unit, either to your wrist or part of the structure.
Let's do that. I want to show you they should have a graph coming up. And here's your adhesive pull-off, which is the same thing you would do with epoxy. All right, there we go. Really? Everyone shows a graph. They're a little light on the graph. They're really light on the graph. This is what I was trying to show you there. They just use it as a thumbnail. Showing coating, coating, adhesive failure. Maybe I missed it. Hold on. There we go. Adhesive failure, and then we have coating failure. You get your multiple failures. So now this would be coating. It says cohesive failure. Right? That's the name of it. And this would be adhesive coating failure. You didn't make it down to the layer here, so you didn't get a good enough bond surface on this to be able to pull this off to get a true reading. You just tested your own damn glue right there. Let's let them continue using closed caption. Now we'll get multi-layer failure. That's good. All right. So then we got, what did you say? A coating layer, coating layer, coating layer. Okay. So apparently there's many coating layers. Here's his glue. And let's see.
Force was 20 megapascals, and upon review.
All right. So then he got all the way down to the base. Presentedly to the base. Closed caption off. B is for base. So that was 50%. 50%. The glue worked all the way down to that level. The amount of force it took. And oh yeah, that's 50%. Yeah, he wrote it up just like that. I'm looking at it live with you guys. And we're pretty deep into the subsurface. 50% of B, 50% of BC. And here's his recordings. And that's the force. Let's look at his chart here. His multiple layers and what percentage he thinks it pulls off. Multiple testing. None set. 60% cohesive layer. He's writing up a profile.
When using ElkaMaster on your Android or Apple mobile device, you can instantly add photos to your test results.
And that's the sample that came out. And you keep it and it shows you, well, you document it and keep it to show that your adhesive application is great. And what else we got here? All right. So now you have an idea, a concept of the adhesive testing that you would do. Let me go back one. Who's in this one? I want to screenshot that. I want to screenshot that while we wait. There you go. See, those are good samples. So here's his glue. It made it there. And the glue still stayed on there, so this adhesive failure. His glue. Now, that's his product. I don't think his glue is blue, unless it is. I have seen him colorize glue. Nope, it samples blue. So he got good pull off of that. What the hell is it? I want to do a video on that type of subject, the round disc. It's not in here, is it? Is it thumbnail? Yeah, this one. There we go. So I want to do a video on this topic about the base. That they're same. The same, you got to interpret life differently. Okay, let's move on. And away from that, and there's your pricing. Huh. It's square shape. Let me move this over and add it to my watch list so I can keep my channel that private case if somehow somebody's able to figure it out. So I'll add it to the watch list because then they might send you a discount. I might look into buying that one. I just need to know its accuracy. I got to research its accuracy. That's all. Skip for now. I'm still signing in. Ah, shit. Come on. All right, and make sure it's on my watch list. Add to watch list. Yeah. All right, so they might send me a discount. Right now it's $718, which is correction. It's coming out of China, and it's $800 with the delivery. I like the German stuff. German or some well-known. They don't have the rest of the equipment with this. I'm looking for the adhesives. Oh, there it is, the little tab. I'd bring it over to you, but now my account's open over there, and I don't want to screw myself on that. Their gauges usually suck. The Chinese gauges, they usually fail. Let's see if I can find a used one. Oh, yeah, refurbished. $1,700. It is my German one. And it comes with the certification, calibration. Damn it, it's pretty. It's pretty. They only want $550 for it, right? But here's the kicker. Then they want $1,800. It's $1,200 in FedEx shipping, which is crazy. So they don't really want $550. They want $1,700. Wow, this is interesting. I'd almost buy that. So is it on my watch list? Add to watch list. Okay, I'm going to terminate that page and get back to the content for you. He said he'll still be back. Let me refresh this page and see if we're missing anything. Nope, we're still waiting. Oh, right, okay, yeah, they came, I didn't miss it. They did come back and say 12:30. So we can all take a break for an hour, guys. I'll let this run. Let me write a comment down here. They will return at 12:30. So we can go get some food. 12:30 Eastern. I'm not gonna, unless you guys want me to. I can show you more information, but Jeff says he's going to be bench pressing at the gym, trying to make himself seem more manly, listening to Carl on the treadmill. Oh, yeah. They will return at 12:30 Eastern, which is an hour and a half. Let me pull this off screen. I'll push this off screen a little bit for you because I have a technique I use and I don't want to share it with you yet. because the hyena would take it. You know what I'm talking about. Okay, I just verified something. All right, coming back to you. GPT chat will build. Okay. So he's talking about the inches here, the Boeing. Okay, what we got here? Nothing. Boeing. Boeing, wait for it. Boeing, I gotta go back to my video here. Okay. So, see, you guys are still there. So let's hit the Boeing. All right, he's talking about micro buckling, small delaminations, etc. All right. I want to get you the inches. So I think it's scaled up to 4.2 inches. Here we go. So he believes that, Rush believes that they had a factor, or Boeing had a factor that was too great, a safety factor that was too great. Let's say they wanted 10 inches, 9 to 10. And he's saying that, and I don't know what that factor is at 9 to 10. Is it 200%? Or is it 0.25? You meaning 1.25, 0.25% greater. So if it's 100, they said if it's 10 inches, they said make it 12.5 inches. And that would give you a factor of 1.25. But in reality, with something like this, you say 5 inches is what would do it. If you go to 10, that's not just a duplication or doubling. It's way more than that. It's exponentially more. And I don't know what that factor is. They might have put in a 600% factor by the time if it was 5 could work. They might have put in, something so they never get sued, 600%. That might be where the 10 inches goes. I don't know that percentage. Boeing would know it based on their own calculations. Here comes George. So the sample we have. Okay, this is the question. It went to 6,500 psi before it failed. And we knew at 6,500 psi that it was going to fail. This is a question. So there are no one from Boeing. So I guess it's a pause. And no one from Boeing, any of the experts I've talked to, has questioned that autistic monitoring will not detect problems with your hull way before they happen, okay? Oh, wow, that's the person. Is that a question mark? Answer. Does it not alarm you seeing what we see, Arnold? I mean, indiscernible was, what the fuck, indiscernible? Question. Right. Those are scraps. Yeah, right. Answer. We've got them at the indiscernible, and they're from the 5-inch hull. All right, so they got the scraps. Indiscernible could also be cursing, We got them at the fucking facility, and they're from the 5-inch hull, because I find it, very, what are the word is fits in there? We got them at the, and it's indiscernible, or is that, how's that indiscernible? Whatever you just said there. We got them at the, and they're from the 5-inch hull. Answer, question, right? That was what he said. Rush stated, I believe. And the question is right. The question's right without the question mark. And I do the same thing now. I don't do right and then a question mark, because communicating to you and I tell you, hey, are you going out tonight? I don't say, are you going out tonight? Question mark. You guys know that's a question. So it's not a proper question if you got to put a question mark behind it. That's my thinking. That's my crazy thinking. That's why you won't see me use a lot of question marks in my requests to people. If you can't figure out it's a question, if I got to put a question mark behind it, then fuck, we're not even on the same page of question. So I kind of like this report where it just says right with period. It's already a question, right? Answer. Those are segments arguing against him about his sample, his small sample. Okay. Answer, right, but all the porosity, the delaminations, everything, the glue runs, it doesn't concern you? This is weird. This is an answer. So this is page 6. Let's go back and get tracking on this, because I thought this was Rush. Loss of the Semite and Titan did an accident. Oh, this is the director. No, this is not Rush then. So there is another one with Rush. Sorry, guys. This is the director. Wait a minute. Interview of blank by Mr. Rush. What the fuck? Appearances, Ocean Gate. Stockton Rush, Ocean Gate. And then 1, 2, 3. Mr. Rush, here we go. There you go. Oh, that's what I just said. There you go. There's no. So what's today? 18th, 19th, 19th. Mr. Rush, 19th, 1 o'clock. I've got blankety blank recording this. Interview by Mr. Rush. Question. Okay, so first question, give me some background. What brought this on? How long have you had some of these concerns? Answer. Well, the concerns basically the second the dome came in, and we got those dome cutoffs, okay? Question. Question. Answer rather. So the end segments, as soon as they came in, and I'm not, it doesn't say, I'm not a fucking whatever. And basically, I'm just taking some liberty here. And basically, as soon as they came in, and I wasn't the only one that was like, oh God, oh my God. Okay. At that point, having no experience or problem before, so I thought I'm going to do a bit of research on this. Oh, this the computer guy, I wonder. It says up here, director, right? Director of Marine Operations. Oh, is that guy then? That showed his ass. Is this Huckleberry from Scotland? Okay. Hence, when I find out they do cut them off on most of the segments on, planes and boats and God knows what else. And so that I did approach you and say, okay, so the person's countering him. It's argumentative. Let me clear my voice. So, all right, hopefully you didn't hear me just choke. Okay, hence, when I found out they do cut them off, he's talking about the ends of the sample they make. They square them up, is what he's referencing. Not that he's cutting off the end caps, or he could be, and then they marry them back up. So it's one or the other. And so I did approach you and say, right, we cut them off. Question, right? Answer. Are you still getting it scanned? Okay, he wants it scanned. That's the answer. Okay, question. And it turns out you can't. We had looked at that, so keep going. Answer, okay. Do you want me to quote you? Yeah, okay. Oh, so Russ tells him, yeah, okay. I'm not going to waste the money getting Boeing to inspect that piece of shit. I know it's rubbish, and what else was it? By the end of the, say I've got to dive that, so wow, I've got to dive that? So I'll dive in it maybe? I was quite taken aback. Question. I will say I would not have said that without saying we have acoustic monitoring, which will tell me way before it fails. So this is Rush then with the questions. God, I would never say that without pointing out that we have acoustic monitoring. And yeah, I don't think I said a piece of shit, but Boeing can't scan, so it doesn't really matter. So, so this guy's, that's that guy. I think this is the Scottish guy. So he's making up a quote. He's taking a lot of liberties in what someone said. I know someone like this. It's quite disgusting. It's gaslighting. And I don't think I said a piece of shit, but Boeing can't scan it. It's too dense. So it does really matter. but they can do a sauna test to it, a rebound test. We've already looked into it. There is no non-destructive testing doing a 5-inch thick carbon fiber of that size. So Rush is stating that you can't, and for you people coming in, I'm going over the report. This is Rush, and I think this is the Scottish guy in a deposition. So Rush is saying that you can't, check this 5-inch out. Let's see if the guy disputes it. Because absolutely nothing on this plant, I thought that, so obviously he found out there is a way to do it. And you could probably do two-sided, meaning it's 5 inches, put transducers on each side of the carbon fiber and start tapping your way down. So the carbon fiber is round, right? It's 5 inches thick. Transducer on this side, transducer on that side. You hear no noise. You have to find an exact position that you're going to tap it with a mallet. It will be a swing. Let me see if I can find one from you. A swing hammer mallet test. Let me see if I can find it on another page. Here, give me a minute. Let's see if a rubber. So a rubber. Give me a second. So I'll just give you one. So it's a percussion hammer, and I'm going to give you this one for a second. See that hammer? That's medical grade, all right? It's really nice. You take something like that and you put it on a fulcrum, something that will pivot, and you drive it into the hull of the vessel. You check the impact force with a scale first, so you against something else that's there, and you check it. So you a known. So you check it against a known. So this would be, I'm making up a test as we're speaking. So you would put a scale there that would be the shape of the hull, and it has to take a quick reading. It has to be fast enough to take a reading. You impact it, the force it's creating is duplicate. It can duplicate as you slide it down because you're even worried about friction at the bearing point where it swings. So you could also check it for speed to see how fast it is. Now, you don't manually bring this up with your finger and release it because that's going to introduce human error. You bring it up to the top and you release it electronically. It swings down, it bangs into the hull. You get a reading through the transducers. And you go from one section of the hull all the way up and down, up and down, up and down. And this will give you a reading, a mapping of the hull. So he's stating there's no way to do it. There is a way to do it. We do it with concrete. It's quite intensive, as I'm describing to you, but you use a rebound hammer also, and a lot of people just use their judgment with the tapping of a hand hammer, which is not. It induces you over tapping, and you get a higher signal. It's not a quality test that way. Because absolute nothing on this planet. I thought that's Rush. Nothing will find the micro buckling spots and small delaminations. All right, now this might be true or not. We don't know because you didn't try the transducers. Transducers are just hearing aids. All right, they're just a microphone. And you can put them on any damn thing. Let me try to pull up one for you. And they're just get up an image for you. They're just a microphone, all right? So let me pull this one here. They're just a microphone. They're just going to hear noise. This might be a better one. They're going to hear vibrations in systems. And you can remote monitor them. There's some transducers here. Here's an ultrasonic one. Here's an ultrasonic transducer. This is what I was looking for the cats. They're just a tool, all right? Frequency comes through and it translates to a graph. And we'll get to that graph, and you'll understand what it's going on. One's a strain gauge and one is the transducer they use on it also. they almost do this redundant. They're redundant. One will touch compression, strain, compression and tension, pulling and compression. That would be expansion and contraction. That is your strain gauges. That are your strain? Yeah, that is a strain gauge. And the transducer will see here cracking. All right, the strain gauges won't hear cracking. It's internal. They don't register that. They will register movement through expansion and contraction. The transducer will register crackling. Problem is they got a metal hull. It's going to get a lot of white noise, a lot of background noise that's going to come into that transducer, and that's an issue of how to interpret it. All right, I will say, I would not have said this without saying we have, oh, right, okay. Okay. Nothing will find the micro buckling spots and small delaminations. So I don't like using the word nothing, but I do sometimes. Could he have put a mat inside there? But he did say micro. So, no. Micro, I'm going to agree with him. There's no way you're going to find a micro fracture inside a 5-inch piece because he said micro scale. All right, micro, not macro. Micro scale. Gross delamination, yeah, you can put it in the CAT scan. Just moving the mouse. And you can get data on it. Let's move on. We looked at a lot of stuff, but keep going. That's him. Okay, showing the intention to best efforts, and so is the intention to best efforts gets it scanned, or are we just not doing it? This is the guy. This is the Scottish guy, I believe. What is the reason for not trying to get it scanned? Oh, so he fucking turns around and asks Brush a question. Because the data we found get from the scan would not be meaningful. I'm kind of leaning. I do believe that's true. This CAT scan, it's not going to get that depth. Carbon fiber is going to interfere with it. And remember, they sanded the shit out of it. I don't know if they did it on this one, but remember the ultimate one, I think they sanded. I have no idea how they sanded it, but you just change the dimensions and the strength of the vessel. You're creating a profile wherever you put that sander. Now, if you sanded the outside layer only, fuck it, fair game. But I don't think they did. I think they sanded as they went, I think as one of the witnesses stated. Okay, question. Yeah, I mean, unless it was gross delamination, gross meaning you can clearly see it. So it has a gross delamination and it is a piece of shit. We might see that. Oh. Wait a minute. So who's asking the question? Is this Rush asking it? Because Rush just used the term piece of shit, which up here, he said he wouldn't have said that. I'm confused now. Let's go back and figure out who said piece of shit just now again. And I don't think I said a piece of shit right here, question. This is Rush talking. But Boeing can't scan. Answer, because absolutely nothing on this planet, nothing I thought. So this is Rush with the question. And then this is the Scottish guy. Question, nothing will find the micro buckling spots and small delaminations. So this be Rush. Answer, okay, so the intention was to best efforts. It's the Scottish guy. Question, because the data we found get some of the scan that we would get from the scan would not be meaningful. So that's a question. Answer, really? The Scottish guy says, really? And then Rush says, question. And in his question, if I'm following this correct, he used the term, the phrase, lost it, piece of shit. So Rush has lied, saying he wouldn't have used the term piece of shit above, and then turns around and asks a question that then uses the same phrase, piece of shit. So Rush is lying in his own, let's go back. It's only right here, it's page 6. Question, and I don't think I said piece of shit, but Boeing can't scan. All right, so down here, he used the term piece of shit. So apparently that's Rush's, let's give it out a little bit. So Rush might use the word, that's a piece of shit. That's a piece, meaning an idea is no good. That's a piece of shit. That's a piece of shit. It might be what his phrasing, and then let's give the Scottish guy an out. The Scottish guy might think, you know what, he's always saying something's a piece of shit when he doesn't like it. So he might have, interjected that. So let's give them both a wash on this. But Rush does use the term piece of shit. It's in his own question here. How's he use it? We don't know. Well, we see it here, though. So it has a gross delamination, it's a piece of shit. All right, in this case, it means it's junk. It's trash. We might see that in a scan. We will also see that with the acoustic monitoring system. We will also see that with acoustic monitoring, is what he's stating. We've done enough testing with acoustic monitoring that we know we will see that. You want to see a bad hole? Okay, so he's asking, you want to see a bad hole, meaning a pocket in there inside the carbon fiber? That sample we have, that 1/3 scale clearly had a delamination a quarter of the way through. It went to 6,500 psi before it failed. This is Rush speaking, I believe. And I knew at 4,500 psi that it was going to fail. And I said this in a video, flexing, I guess it's called now, not a victory lap. See, I'm flexing, where I said that I think he just dialed it up, wanted to see if it would just, what it would fail at. And it appears that's what happened here. This is bias on my part, because he just turned it up real fast. He said, then they go to 6,500. The applied physics lab person says that, the narrative. So there are no one, so there. And no one from Boeing and any other expert I've talked to has a question that acoustic monitoring will not detect problems with your hull way before they happen, okay? Oh, he's trying to get him to affirm what he's saying here. So remember, the 1/3 scale is, in this case, Rush has expounded it to mean that if 1/3 can do 4,500 psi, he's not clear about it, but I think that's what he's doing. Then the full 3/3 can do 3 times as much or greater. So he's saying you can do 13,500 psi, and they're only going to depths of pressures around 6,000 max, right? So this is where he expounds that his 1/3 scale can get him out to whatever it may be. It might be greater than 13.5 once you, because it's a force multiplier. It's not just you add another layer. Now you go from 4,500 to 9,000, and you add one more layer, and you add another 4,500 to it. That's not the way it works in 1/3 scales. It changes, especially in the manufacturing. All right, I'm still talking because you guys are in the room. Comments. Let's see. Nope, I'm the last comment. If you guys comment, I've got my phone open now. I can read it. So if you comment, I'll read your comment. And now I believe you asked answer from the Scottish guy, and we know the Scottish guy to be the one that did all that speaking up. Does it not alarm you seeing what we see? He's asking Rush the question now. Arnold, I mean, indiscernible was okay. So there's an Arnold here. So wanted to redact it. So let's come back to page 6. So you guys knew coming in here, there's a redacted people in this witness thing. Here is Ocean Gate Stockton. And there's 1, 2, 3. I believe one of these is the Scottish guy, and now an Arnold's name wasn't redacted, so it appears like it slipped through. Unless Arnold means something else. Capital A. Arnold, was okay. So it looks like we got a name, Arnold. Let me write that down. I don't know who Arnold is. Maybe you guys in the comments can tell me who Arnold is. But it appears we got another redacted name, page 6. Let me write this, redacted, page 6, Arnold. Page 6 of 119, Arnold is revealed. Okay. Right, those are scraps. Yeah, right. So, I'm reading and I'm putting my own reference on a question. Right, those are scraps. Yeah, right. Answer. We've got them all at the blank location that they're saying is indiscernible. And they're from the 5-inch hull. Okay, so now we got a full model hull, and it was the first failure hull. Not the model, not the 1/3 model. I know they just mentioned the 1/3 up here, right up here somewhere. 1/3 right here. But now he switched over to the 5-inch hull. They're jumping around a bit, but I know you gotta stay with it. Question, right? Answer. Those are segments from the hull, and I guess he gets cut off. The only part of the segment that matters is the segment. Okay? That is the part that was cut. The rest of it is crap. Oh, okay, so it cracked and it failed. I think this is what Rush is saying. The segment never went to a dive. So since the segment never dived, you can inspect the segment and come up and extrapolate the segment. Damn, it looks perfect. It looks like, it's not gappy. Remember, they cut it. Once they cut it, they released the tension and it bursted apart also. So you just can't cut a segment out like they did and then say, look, it's delaminating. That's defective engineering, saying I want to cut a circle of a tension band product and expect it not to open up. It's going to open up. It's going to release a lot of tension that's in there, and it's part of that delamination is the released tension. You should have left it in a circle radius and then try to put light through it, and let's see what it does. That also reveals that this is a crazy engineering there. They're thinking. It also reveals that where the tension is and where it relieves in that cut that they did. So the rest of the crap, and it's meant to be crap. That's why you cut it off. It's like judging a GM plant by what's in the dumpster. So not true, because I'm sure that they went out to the end of this ring that's on the deck. That ring that, remember, he leans over and he inspects it. Let's see if I can get an image of it. And he inspects that ring. I think it's over here in the ring they're talking about, this 5-inch ring. It's on a pallet, I believe. And when they were fabricating this, they overrun it so they can cut that off square and have a good product. And so it's not crap. The part that's closest to the inside, you can look at that side. The outside might be, not considered a good sample, but the inside of that cut, the part that touches the sub, would be a good sample to inspect from that side. I'm looking for the pallet sample. If you got any comments, please comment, and I'll look at it. Put my head down every now and then and look at the phone. It's the Coast Guard. We'll blow that off. It's an old inspection. I'll get you the real-time monitoring system and tell you how their interpretations, how they're trying to interpret it. And it's too much noise in the background, but it's based on depth and all that. Plus we have some monitoring that's not connected. Number 5, 10, and it's critical, these numbers. Let's get you a quick graph of that. So it's critical, the location. So I believe number 5 is not connected. I can show you in the real-time monitoring system. I have to recall it. Number 2 is, remember they're testing the computer guy said, and he called himself the engineer, which they're allowed to call themselves now. That sued, and turns out, yes, you can call yourself a computer engineer. He tapped on the ring to check all of the signals and how they calibrating and how they worked it. He didn't talk about calibrating, actually. So, but tapping on the ring, you get 3 and number 2 and number 1 are, it's a legend up here. 3, 2, and 1. I don't want to get it wrong for you. Strain gauges, and also remember you have transducers. And maybe next page. Or did I just blow over it? So here's a multiple gauge. These are strain gauges, 90 degrees to each other. It tells you whether while your compression and deflection may be taking place. Strain gauges look like, oh, you know what? I can get you an image of a strain gauge. Give me a second. Pulling it up on the right-hand side here. A strain gauge, it looks like just got a good image. Welcome to your strain gauge. This is it. If it gets close together, signal changes. If it gets stretchy apart, signal changes. It's up to you to interpret it, and you can put them 90 degrees to each other. That's it. That's what they look like. That's it in a nutshell. So coming to here, and so that'd be strain gauge. This NAN 30, that's that transducer. It's going to hear sound, and sound would be the cracking. This is the angle that they put them opposing each other. And so if there's cracking at the top, the transducers and strain gauges work exactly where they work. They do not work at the top. They're working down here. So you would need gauges. You need to wrap this hull, considering they sanded the fuck out of it. So this may be presented as 5 inches here, but they'd have to confirm it's 5 inches with a long caliper that would go into the wall here, and then on the outside wall, and they'd have to determine it. Could they square it up on a mandrel and then use a guide to run down and say that's 5 inches there, and inside measure there? Yeah, they can come up with something like that instead of a long caliper. And you would profile the hull that way to see if you truly have 5 inches. But that sanding, it's craziness to me. It's craziness. I talked about that overlap in the multiple directions. The machine can't just do 90-degree wraps, all right, to this, perpendicular wraps, because they'll just be butt joints, and you've got nothing. So you have to overlap. Overlapping, you create a hill, a peak. Let's give you an overlap. So an overlap would be and now I'm going to do that. I'm going to make multiples. There's your overlap. The first layer, second layer, it just can't overlap equally. Right? You can't overlap equally or you get butt joints. Let's see. So let's do this. Let's put this here. Oh yeah, that's actually going to work for me when I do the other version of this. Okay, so that's perpendicular. That's 90 degrees. Here's the next piece of wrap. And you can make this wrap larger in your mind. I can make it larger in scale here myself, but we'll do that. So they just butt, right? See, I'm moving it over. They just butt. There's a gap there, and now it's overlapping. All right, now that overlap looks like this down here. I'm going to butt it. So there's the butt right here. That's a butt. And now here's the overlap. That's a little bit of overlap. Wow. How strong could that be if it's only coming onto there? Remember, like rebar, you have your development length. Think of it that way. So you glue these together, and I pull on this end and this end. Tell me where it's going to fail. In here, or is it going to be this little silly-ass overlap? Yeah, you're going to pick the overlap that's silly. So now let's overlap a little more. Now let's pull on each end with a gauge. Pull in each direction. This way. Yeah, thank you for that. I wanted to go straight each time. Great. I want you to tell you that, just showing you how you had to figure out what the overlap should be. This should be like Spencer Composite, a PhD guy would be working on this, saying, I've determined that this overlap sucks ass. This overlap is okay, but after I secure this end and secure this end and put 3,000 PSI on it, or 50 PSI, it buckled. It went like this. So I'm going to I hate the hyenas, right? They're gonna eat me up. They're gonna take my fucking data I'm teaching you guys right now. But so now you do that. So you go, okay, that was only 10 pounds and it deflected. So then what do? You start coming up with a profile design that would work. So now you're like, let me try this. But see what's happening here? It's getting thicker here, and it's only got 2 here. And actually, this one tapers down. And this one tapers down. See what's going on there? And so you need this issue to be resolved. Let me do this. Let me bring them in closer for you. Let's just overlap them like that so you get a better look of what I'm talking about. And touchdown. There's our gap. Right. Let me just touch it. Right there. So this is thicker, obviously, but that gap still exists. This is your defect that you're creating that you have to resolve. What happens if you go longer? See now? You've got a seesaw effect. You got a gap here, and look out here. The machine, though, rolls. It rolls and presses, so it's going to roll and press that down. But you're creating this hump. And this is the hump, I believe, that they had to sand out. And they had to sand the whole thing, they said, because the pre-preg is 3 inches or so, and it's going to create this overlap issue consistently. But they didn't do it just like that. It's butt jointed. It's run diagonal. So we go like this. All right, let's run it diagonally because you can't move forward. You can't scroll forward if you're just butt joining. You can cut. It would be multiple cuts, and the machine is capable of cutting beautiful strips of like Scotch tape if you do it well. Think of it like that. It's a beautiful machine. It'll do whatever hell you want it to do. It will follow that profile. So in this way, you can keep it rolling, boom, 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 and you would stagger your overlap. So this would overlap. Can I do something with this? This would overlap. So let's do that. So this would overlap that one just by whatever we see down here, whatever you decide. And then you come back. Because of the overlap, now you come back and you come the other direction. And now you're starting to stitch it up. You're starting to stitch up your system. And then you used to come the other direction. All right? You're starting to give it all types of strength now. So where this was deflecting in that capacity, now give it a piece of band across it going this way. And so here's the intersecting point there. So it crisscrosses, not like that. And you can run some that way too, but it's crisscrossing 2 directions. And this comes there, and it acts as a strong back. Now you can imagine if you put a load, I'm going to change that color. If you put a load there, the strength of this is these 2 bands having to bend down. You're trying to push down, but including the cross direction now. It is all entwined. It's all entwined with other straps that anchor it, that anchor this one. So if you try to push here, it's not just going to deflect down like a rubber band. No, it's supported by other integral parts, the glue, the interface. The issue again is these gaps. How do you resolve them? And that's the part they're trying to see, these micro defects. Can they see it? So back to this. Now you load this. You'd come up with a design like this, that when you load it with 7,000 PSI, say you 7 kips, right? The same thing as PSI, but kips, right? So so when you load it with 7,000 kips, 7,000 PSI, you know this operating range is 4,000. You're like, fuck, I got you 7. So you're going to be okay. And you load this, and I said 7,000, and you get no deflection at 7,000. If you get deflection at 7,000, it should not be rated for 7,000. All right? It should not be rated for that because you get deflection. Now you're going to get this thing like a metal springing back and forth. And carbon fiber is very brittle in this situation. It becomes brittle, as we know, because we saw the debris in the field. It's brittle. It's not as flexible as, especially because of the epoxy. It is very strong, but it's also very brittle once the epoxy gets on it. If you've ever dealt with epoxies, you know that they're strong as hell. I deal with epoxies a lot. Great, but if you take a hammer to that hard epoxy, it's now a piece of glass. It will fracture. You can fracture it. You try to grab it with your hand and pull it apart, you're wasting your time. But you just take a hammer and tap it, you've got yourself a nice fracture. You'll break it apart. I have a test sample in my yard that I've been working on for years, and maybe I'll show it to you, that it's still holding up after all these years through cycles of freeze thaw. This is since 2019. Nope, correction, 20. I did that after the Titan collapse, so it's a year ago. And I got others too, but that one's only a couple cycles of winters. So now you work this whatever design, and say Spencer Composites, they would work a design that when they load it, all throughout the entire vessel, meaning including the edges, that when you load it with 7,000 point loading, that means you just have a machine that checks here and checks here and checks here, that it doesn't deflect, it holds up. Now, did he count the interface ring in his design? Maybe Spencer Composites did. That means that really matters. Now so it holds up, and then he said, okay, good. Deflection is what? How do they measure deflection on this? Well, if you're point loading it, you just use a gauge. But this is not just point load. This is fully loaded. Let's just use that. Fully loaded everywhere. Everywhere, every square inch, every square centimeter of it has the PSI when you take that dive on it. So that changes dynamics. You originally had strength over here, but now that also has load on it. So the redundancy, you just can't have this gap here. See the gap between here and here? They'll behave differently because now you don't have the cross section over here that you have here, literally the cross section. So you basically have to stitch it up, not just here, but the spot up here, the spot up here, the spot up here, the spot up here. It's the whole fucking thing. It's every damn where on the entire surface, each layer, all the way up. Because this pressure doesn't give a shit if you got a gap here. It's going to find it. It's going to pressure it. So you can't have these X's, if you will. That's that nice strength, and the crossing here under it. It's got to be everywhere. It's got to be everywhere. If you're depending on, okay, it can bridge this unsupported span, if you will, for that load. It can take it here, and this load will double down then. So this would be taking, say the bottom there is 5,000 PSI. And your next cross brace is up here. Let's move that down. Is over here. It's a little offset. But now this is, and here's a cross brace over here. But we got a void here between the two, between each triangle, if you will. This one, and this point. And that point there will take, well now, this point has to take the load, the 7,000 PSI, plus its own load of, I said 5,000 PSI, let's say the ocean. It's got to take its own load, this has got to take its load, this has got to take its own 5,000, and then divide it between them. The tributary area, it has to share the load, whatever the difference is, how many inches this cross-sectional loss, if you will, has to pick it up. So this is the craziness about carbon fiber and the pressure they need to do, and why, like Boeing would say, you know what, you need to go 10 inches. We need to go, because we're going to have so much of this. At 5 inches, we're going to have too much sharing. I think that's what the theory behind it is. They're not going to share their patented information, their knowledge with us. Proprietary knowledge. I'm sharing it with you. Which no one else shared like this. So I'm sharing with you, flexing a bit. And so you have to, flexing, that's the new term for bragging. You have to overdo the thickness of the hull, because you're going to have this whether you like it or not. You're going to have these whether you like it or not. You want no deflection. You want this thing to go down there, and those damn noisemakers, you want the noisemakers, like I said, noisemakers. The noise, the transducers to not hear any noise. That it's so damn thick it says, we don't see any deflection. We got nothing. We got nothing for you. We got so much redundancy. It's like a person walking on the sidewalk. Yeah, you can put a transducer in here, a person walking on the sidewalk, but it's like nothing. We've got no deflection. Can you embed the transducers in here and somehow run wires out? I think you're creating a fracture plane when you run the wires out. So they are fine wires, but can you turn the carbon fiber into a transducer would be the awesome thing. Make the whole damn carbon fiber, and ultimately that's what you're doing when you put a transducer on it. So for that to be so, you transducer overlap. They have it not overlapping, at least in my mind. I don't see this overlapping. They just randomly put them everywhere. Again, you'd use that hammer to determine the overlap. So whenever I tapped, I would have multiple transducers picking up an equal amount of that tap. And if I had one transducer picking up more of that tap, remember that tap is controlled. It's 100% repeatable. And when I say 100%, it's, everything's got some repeatability. So say it impacts at 30 grams. Maybe the next time it impacts at 29 grams. So the transducer is going to read a different reading. But let's say one transducer, all four transducers around here, let's just say 1, 2, 3, 4, north, south, west, and east. You tap right between them. Every transducer shows you, those four transducers shows you, is it going to be in this page? Shows you a graph like this. This is transducer channel number 8. So I call it transducer. All right. So it shows you a graph like this. And then you say you had number 8 here, number 7, 6, and 5 here. 5, 6, 7, 8. You tap right between them. All of them should look the same. And then now you know your carbon fiber matrix is in equilibrium. The carbon fiber matrix is in equilibrium. If you tap there and you never took it down for a dive, and you see a different reading here on 8, 7, 6, and 5, without even taking it in the water, I can tell you your carbon fiber matrix is not in equilibrium, or you have your transducers connected wrongly. And, not 100% the same. So if that is how you would tell if your carbon fiber is even the matrix of your final carbon fiber is consistent. You can take that 4 there, leave them. You can move, but I would say not. Move them down or relocate 4 transducers again. These transducers being staying in place might give a different signal. You can do that. So you would leave that, come over here, place 4 more transducers, tap on it, see if you get the same reading as you got to the right. If it's the same, then you can say these transducers do not interfere with the answer over here. Still, you remove the 4 transducers, tap again, and see if you get the same reading again. If you do, then you go, okay, great. Transducers should not interfere with each other. Just that little bit of glue acting as a little weird stiffener or sound dampener. Or let's say sound vibration dampener, because it's glued on. They're also gluing on a radius, these transducers, which, fucking radius, really? And yeah, that's an issue. And so some of these transducers popped off, as we know. This one is dead. This is channel 1. Channel 1 is dead. It's got nothing. Look. Wait a minute. It's got some reading. Channel 5, I think, was was it 1 in 5? There's 3. That sucks. That's channel 4. I'm sorry, I'm reading right here. So channel 5 and channel 1 should look alike. So here's channel 5, or roughly like, if the profile of the carbon fiber, the matrix, remember the overlap I just talked about, is the same. So we got a little peak here. This could be everything from them entering the water, because this is timeline, see time, this is 7 a.m. So let's go to channel, okay, here's this channel. And I've scrolled down without using my mouse. They line up, look. So at 7, whatever time that is, doesn't matter. I'm just moving the mouse up. It lines up with that one at a peak also. Let's go up. Yep, we got the same channel reading on channel 3. Yeah. And then it lines up again. So this time it's higher, much higher. It's the same time of day. Oh, fuck, I moved over, sorry. Let me realign. I'm going to go with that. And there it is. So this peak, let's use the top of this and my mouse is a scale to the bottom of that, okay? Let's use that. It looks like about the same length. What the hell happened there? My phone just jumped off. Okay. Same length. Now let's go to, oh, that's a fucking huge peak. That's channel 8. Let's go find channel 8 real quick. Channel 8 is a noisy son of a bitch. And at 7 o'clock in the morning. So channel 8 is, I don't want to give it away, but this is about where I think the failure happened, around channel 8. Probably, intuitively, I'm thinking about here. Right about there. So, let's see what channel 9 is. Channel 9 on the ring? And it looks like it's not. Right. Oh, yeah. So this is strain gauge. Channel 9 is a strain gauge. Channel 8 is a fucking strain gauge? Oh shit. Channel 8's a strain gauge. Sensor number 1R, group 1. Sensor number 2, 2A, 2R. Okay, this is the axis then. 1A is down. What the fuck is wrong with these people jumping around? Now 2A is horizontal. This would be a fucking nightmare to keep track of there. The computer guy put these on. They should, at least be repeatable so you can figure out quickly without trying to figure out what's exactly okay. So sensor number 1R. Remind me again, is it horizontal or is it vertical? So 1R is horizontal. Over here, 2R is vertical. This should have been 2R, horizontal, just like this is 1R. And then this could be 1A, vertical, and this could be this one. And they should change it to V for vertical and H for horizontal. This having another, I call them, riddle to figure out is ridiculous. Just make it easy so everybody can figure it out real quick. This would be horizontal, this would be vertical. Now, I don't even know what 3A, I'd have to find 3A. Let's see, 3A is right here. 3A is this direction, vertical, and this is R. This is, horizontal. This is vertical. Transducer number 5. Okay, we can go to transducer. And number 8. Transducer, number 8 is a transducer, but number 8 is also strain gauge, its location. So the transducer is called AE. So let's go back to the 8 and look for AE. I call them transducers, guys, so bear with me. Let's go back to graph, right. So channel A, AE. So this is that transducer, not the strain gauge. So this does not tell you deflection. It tells you noise. And this could be everything from somebody farting in there to pissing, shitting, or whatever it may be. Let's locate A. A is back at the hull, right? A is in the rear. So then shitting would probably be not as applicable. Yeah, the shitter's up here, so this is back here where Rush sits. He opens the doors, he can make noises. All right, so let's go with that. And let's go back here at 8. And so reading channel 8. And this is AE, which means it's the noise finder. It's the heartbeat finder, right? Transducer. At that time in the morning, before the dive starts, there's some banging. But ironically, it's the same. What are the odds that it experiences the same peak or a peak at the same time every day? Look, this is channel 1. Everything at the same time is experiencing the same time. So somebody's like clockwork is doing what? Opening a door maybe? Like clockwork at 7 whatever time in the fucking morning? Or it's a fucked up graph. Somebody's faking graphs. Look at this. I mean, really, what's going on here? Okay, so this is the high amplitude. This is channel 8. At that time of the morning. All right, let's move over now to a dive time. So they're diving here. Oh. And these are depths of meters. And we're down here at 3,400 feet. Now, this is not at the bottom yet, but maybe it's where they hover from and observe the Titanic at a distance. Ironic, because that's about where they failed. Right? That's about where they failed. And Channel 8 is saying, I got a peak. So here's a depth at 3,800 feet. This is the bottom floor. The floor. This is the floor. So channel 8 doesn't do anything when you get to the floor. It quiets out. I'm going to say that about it. But that was at the floor at 2, correction. Oh yeah, no. So this is 13, that's 1,400 hours, so that's about 2:30 p.m. And channel 8 is down here. Channel 8's quiet as fuck. Quiet. But here they have the depth, they call this the depth, and they got the depth coming back to 0 at, okay, I got it now. So they have the depth coming back to 0 at 3 something o'clock, 3:30. They're out of the water. They're out of the water. So we're going to ignore all of this outside there here. We're going to use the range only inside here as they're in the water. See depth? So we're only going to use this. Let's go to, and this is channel 8. At approximately 700 feet or so right here, meters, it settles in. It has a little hit. That could be everything from them turning around, bouncing around the side. So it's a one-off spike. It's not really deep. And after that, there's nothing. And then we have another spike. This could be them pounding on the hull, slipping, turning thrusters on, and doing a systems check like that. And then again here. So channel 8 is solid here. See the solid? So let's look at the enter. Let's look at the entrance into the water. It should be more noisy when they enter. I'm trying to magnify it. Wrong direction. So when they go into the water, this should magnify because it's banging around on the skid, etc. Maybe this is the pregame. They put it on. They're getting a set ready. See, they don't enter the water to the blue. Okay, here they are in the water because it says depth. So there's a lot of clunking around, moving shit out, and there's the peak at that. That's the peak noise on number 8. And the depth of that is 100 feet or so. So they're trying to dismount the equipment, perhaps. Or they did. And then we finally, no, they're level. They're level here. A lot of noise banging around. That's level. Now they start going into depth. Let's get a 500-foot mark here, a rough estimate. So 500 is halfway between this line and that way, and 1,000 is not there. 1,000 is above it. So halfway is, fuck. It's not halfway. It doesn't look like it's halfway. Hold on. Let's do this. I'll bring this graph over. Do this. This is simple. It's as simple as this. Watch this. I'll dot that. I'll dot this. Grab it. And it's not. Halfway is not there. It's about, 8 tenths? Somewhere about that, 7 tenths? So it's not half, but now I have a bar. I can't put the bar out of the scale though. Let me delete that. So halfway is, I'm gonna use my mouse here and I'm just gonna scroll over. I mean, that's 500 foot. All right. So we have a peak. Let's just look at the, I want to pin that. I can't pin it. Just look at the arrow, but then look at now down, look at the clock at 8 o'clock. Look at the graph. It's pretty much solid, and then you have peaks above it. There's people moving around perhaps. And then we go into 10 o'clock and we're at 500 feet. Meters, correction, meters. And we have a peak. Again, it could be, it's a one-off peak because it settles down right afterwards. So right here. And then we're now depth-wise from here, I'm gonna scroll my mouse up because I said 500 meters, I was incorrect. It's the scale is at above 500, but this is depth to the right. So the scale is above 500, but the true depth, come right there. I'm going to scroll up. Oh, fuck, they're at the bottom. Let's come over here. They're at the bottom. Let's see if that makes sense. It's 10 something, down in the water 8. That's about right, isn't it? Let's go right here. They're at the bottom. One off peak. This could be thrusters. Oh, it aligns right there, look. It aligns right where they change directions, where the elevation changed. Let's go down. So that could be thrusters or dropping a weight. And then this one, another elevation change going higher. So that could be noise from the elevation change. Let's see when they bail now, when they come home. So let's do it reverse to get rid of the criteria. So right here, they now drop weights. So somewhere about here, I should see a peak. They gotta drop weights. I don't see shit. I don't see shit. So that they drop all their weights back here and they're just thrusting around at this point and they're not dragging the weights, that kind of makes sense too. So let's go right here. We would need to know when if they drop weights per communications. So this should be 11 something, and let's go up. So if they drop weights, they get lighter, and they turn the thrusters on, it would actually be decreased in depth. But actually this is a touchdown. This is a higher point in depth, a lower point. Scroll over, yeah. And they've hit that point a few times. Okay, they hit that point a few times. So the max here is, it could be they dumped all the weights, because after that, I mean, it's smooth as silk. Look at that, nothing. And this could be clunking around there, visiting stuff. But remember, this is not real, supposedly not real time. And they do averaging. That's the problem I'm having too, is that I looked at this patent. It says we'll average the last 3 dives, so they're getting a reading from the last 3 dives. We're not looking at just this dive alone, I don't believe. Maybe they were able to give us this dive alone and not do the averaging, but maybe their system does the averaging that gives them the red light, green light bullshit. And, well, this would look very healthy to me, you know, to getting away my bias. But remember, we're only looking at one transducer, and that transducer is channel 8. And let's show you where 8 is again. Channel 8 is on, oh, I've got to go to the other. Channel 8's here. All right, so let's go down and show you channel 8 on a better scale. I think they show it better down here, about 8. Here's channel 8. Oh, fuck me in the ass and call me Cinderella. It's on a damn titanium ring. You never heard me say that one before, have you? So, it's on a titanium ring. No wonder it's so quiet. It's not doing shit. It's not moving. It's on a titanium ring. 8 is not. Fucking 8 is this loop. Are we seeing it here? They didn't bring in this explosion, really, if you will. They didn't show that it's on the ring. It looks like it's on the carbon fiber. In reality, it's there. So let's go to 6. And now let's see what we have. So let's just count everything I just said as why it was so quiet was because that was the titanium ring, presentedly, in my opinion at this point. So number 6, let's go find 6. Transducer 6, AE6, AE4, let's go the other direction, AE6. Okay, here's depth and there's the channel. AE6. Okay, now we got some more noise. So let's compare that against AE8 again. So this is the titanium ring. 3 spikes, let's call it. Let's see how that aligns with this. So I'm going to go on this titanium ring and go up to 6. And here's number 6. And not much frequency. In fact, there's more frequency on that titanium ring. Look at the height of it. Let's see, using the mouse as a scale, and look at the bottom of it to the purple and the top of it just about to the top. Let's go back down to 8, the titanium ring. And we see the titanium ring experience more noise. It would make noise noise would travel more in the titanium ring. So, you know, that's not going to be a surprise that it would peak. Let's go back to 6 again. And let's look at the bottom. The touchdown bottom. Okay, we got bottom here again. Remember that little kink right there we just saw a moment ago? So let's scroll that down. And there's its elevated height. There's its number where they touch down. Let's compare that to 8 again, titanium ring. And the titanium ring makes no noise. It's much higher. So now we have, it allows more noise to resonate. But as we're going down here, this one's a peak, and again, it's 8 o'clock. The depth is, I'm going to go to where it crosses, right there. And then I'm going to go laterally. Can I get the depth over here? Amplitude. Fuck your amplitude. So they're saying the amplitude down there, using that graph, it's 1,000, it's 1,200. If we're going to put it on it, we're going to put this on the amplitude, what they saw was 1,200, approximately. Let's go back to this, and let me scroll back up, and I want to get elevation. So there's where I cross, and now I'm just going to scroll over. Oh, fuck, I can't scroll over anymore. So that's about 2,200 meters. At 2,200 meters, you had a one-off. And then from there, people could be moving around in there. All right, let's get to the floor. Here's near the floor. This is where they drop weights, maybe, right here. And let's scroll down. It's about the same. Now they hit the floor right here. And it's interesting. There's that V shape. It's almost look like a fake graph now. I'm going to start overlaying these graphs and see if they fucking match up. Because this shouldn't be the exact, though the depth should be the same. No, this is the depth. So that should not change. So let's go to there, that depth, and see what happens when it went up in height, back towards the surface. Nothing. Here's a high peak here, and let's correlate that. It's just on the bottom, could be dragging. So here's a grouping of high peaks. Could they be, thrusting and it's vibrating through? Yes. It's just one-off peak. They're like one-off peaks. Up, peak, 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 peak. Let's see when they drop the weights and go home. I don't know where they drop the weights, but I would... Maybe they drop them way down here because there's, they can burn up battery and you travel much easier without dragging the weights. I don't like that. I think they would have dragged the weights. They would have got neutral buoyancy and then run around here, and that way use a lot less thrusters. And then dump the weights. So maybe dropping weights. So let's look at the time. So they're going to start climbing here. So dropping weights would be here, and that's all you get for dropping weights? You only get that type of noise, resonance? Nope, that's not dropping weights. Let's hit that again. Yeah, that's already climbing. Nope. There's multiple ups and downs here, so maybe let's go from there, and let's drop down. So is this dropping weights? It's all raised here, a big crown. but consistent. Is that the rolling of the weights out? And that would put us there. Let's check the time on that. That would be, heads up warning, bar's about to close. It's 1:20, bar's gonna close in 40 minutes. Nope, less than that. So let's scroll here. Yeah, bar's closing. So here's this right here, and to here, maybe drop weights. And the bar is closing. I hope you enjoyed your trip. Thank you for your $250,000, whatever it might have been. Some of you got free rides. And now we're going to climb. As they climb, we see nothing but smooth silk. There's some peaks there. A lot of small peaks. Let's see what they call them. They don't, in amplitude, they don't even, it's a 5,000 scale, 2,500. 1250, 625, 300, less than 300 on the amplitude scale. So then you take that hammer I told you about, that impact hammer, you see what it did when it was on dry land. If you can get it to do 300, and it's nothing. Now remember, they tested this in the chambers, the deep water facility. When it wasn't deep water, I believe they used air there. And so they pressure tested it. Oh, excuse me. Did it show this graph? We should see the same graph. The problem is they didn't drop weights on it. They didn't have the back of the hull on it to help as a deadener. Look at your comment. Hey, brother, thanks for the hosting this. You're welcome. All right, so this is how you read it. This is how you can read the graph. It looks very smooth. But they lost this is channel 6. They lost couple of channels. Channel 6 would be the one we just went over, is mid-span. So mid-span's doing great. Let's take a look at channel 7, or M7, channel 7. Let's see what 7 is first. Wrong chart. Channel 3, channel 5, 6, and 7. 7 is a deflection, a resonance, a amplitude of resonance, so a sound meter, if you will. Same dive. We look at it, channel 7, and we're going to compare channel 7 with channel 6, and we're going to look for deflection. That would be more sound. This could be, as far as I know, channel 7 could be on the ass end, where it may make more sound just because of its location. Channel 7 would be, okay, here's 6. 6 is mid-span. It's a grouping. See that? Again, for you newcomers, this is a strain gauge. It looks like this. And it can tell compression by pushing the wires close together, and expansion by going further apart. It's another one here, much heavy duty, used for much larger scale. You have a strain gauge in your scale when you weigh yourself to see how much you weigh. So you use a strain gauge yourself. When you use a hook, strain gauges. So here's 7. 7 is just a transducer, no expansion or contraction evaluated there. It's 250 degrees out, so we're going to be able to locate this because I saw there's 250. So 250 is on a ring here. I think this is the 250 here. Let's confirm that. There's 110 degrees. Hold on. Here's 250. Nope, it was better detail than that. There it is. So here's number 7. It's not at the bottom. It's at the weight location. So where the weights are, we're looking at the front through the viewing port. Hinge, bottom, top. Let's say that at 0 degrees. So 250, there's 90, and it's saying 250. So they're clocking in this direction. 110, 250, 360. I know you clock the other way, right? But they're clocking this way. So this is the 110 degrees out. So this would be 90 plus the 20 degrees off that hinge. So 20 degrees off that hinge. Okay, keep that note to self. Now we come to strain gauge 7. That's that one at 250. The one here, this is number 7. 7 is this one. I come out to the begin when they touch down. There it is. They touch down. I look at number 7 and I'm compare it to number 8. I'm sorry, I lost my mouse. Let me scroll it up. All right. There's a peak amplitude. One more time. There's 5,000. Here's the max when they first getting in there, getting all noisy. It's not doing anything. It's not deflection. It's just noise, just bouncing around. So over here, we're down here using the bottom of the mouse. I'm gonna put it at the bottom of the line, and we see it's above. My mouse tip is above that purple. Okay, that's number 7. Let's go compare 7 with 6. It's opposing to it. So this is 6. 6 is much more noisy. Same time range right here. So 6 is way above my mouse head. Now let's go back down here. Let's count for it another way if we can. Noise. So here's 7. It's below. Let's go back here. Look at the vessel. All right. 6 is located at 110 degrees. Maybe they're leaning on the back of it. Let's triangulate number 6 again. 6 also has strain gauges on it, I believe. So 6, 4, 5, here's 4, 7, 10. Oh, 6 is on the fucking titanium ring, right? Did we determine that already? Right. So people are looking into the leaning into the titanium ring. 6 is on the ring. I think we determined that already. I guesstimate it was 8 foot long, the plywood deal. It is 1 inch further. This is where all the information is sent to, from the strain gauge to this data box here. Okay, come on, 6. Oh, did I movie a guy was called 6 in there? He was an assassin or something. So 6 looks like it's the middle of the hull. It's not, because I chased it, and upon chasing it, I found out 6 was on the damn titanium ring. Comments? Thanks for the content, boss. Thank you, EK. EK, shout out to you. All right, so 6 is on the ring. All right, I found it a second ago, and it's the verification process I go through. I'm sorry if you find this boring, but the now 6 looks like it's out in the field. As one of my saying is, fuck me in the ass and call me Cinderella. I just moved the chair forward. Oh. First, I thought 6 was in the middle here. Then I changed 6 to be on the ring. Now, verifying once again, I have 6 in mid-span. Oh, literally, they wrote mid-span, look. Well, that's not quite mid-span. They just said it was 97 inches. So 49 and 49 is 98. So, mid. I've got to find 6 on the ring again, guys. Hold on. 6 is mid at 0 degrees. No, 6A, 0 degrees. 6E, 0 degrees. So I apologize when I said it was on the ring and it was quiet as fuck. And I was pretty impressed with it being quiet when I thought it was in the middle. Well, apparently this is what happens when you do crack. I'm talking about myself. Then I'm going to have to put it at 6, is mid-span. Here's group 7. I've got to find that 6 on that ring again. Sorry, it's I've got to see where I made a mistake with saying it was on the ring after I evaluated that it was in mid-span. All right, so 7 and 6 are opposite each other at that degree. No, 6 is at top. 6, AE, 6 is at the top. It's the bottom of the ocean. There's where they maybe drop weights or something, that little profile. And as I come down, 6 has got that little amplitude there. 6 is mid-span. But 6 at the bottom, as we see it go across the bottom, is the bottom on the floor there. This is at the depth of, hey, George, hold on, buddy. 30, almost 4K, 4,000 depth. 37, 3,600, 3,500, whatever the hell this is. 35. Okay, George. Hold on, guys. I got to move my chair back. George wants my lap. All right, come on, Georgie. That's my buddy. So they're at 36, whatever you want to call it. They don't give me the exact number. All right, so here we have 6 is very important. This is mid-span. And remember, 6 is at 0 degrees. Oh, this is great data now. Hold on, guys. Bear with me. Thanks, EK, again, and thanks, Cap. All right, 6 is great data. Why is 6 great data? Because they're not sitting on 6. 6 has been determined to be 0 degrees, but distance, 83.9 degrees, angle, 0. Processing this. Group 6, 83.9 inches. I'm sorry. Minutes, and when surveying, this is considered minutes, and this double hash bar is considered inches. And then I just added degrees in my own brain. Sorry, I apologize. So distance is 83.9 inches, and from where? But it looks mid-span to me. Angle is 0. That's the top. Let's verify that for you again, since this is the way my process. 0 is at the top, and they show that pretty easily with, oops, not that one. The fuck are they doing here? With 250 there. Take note, they got 250 degrees here. Take note of that. Yeah, they spun it. This is spun. This is the top. There's the lifting hooks here. So this is correct. You're not looking at it. This is not top of the vessel. This is not 0, but here is 0 here. This is top of vessel. I'll show it to you in another one. Boy, they made this graph pretty asshole-ish. Here's 0 here. And there's the 2 hooks. So, it's crazy shit people do. I mean, how much effort would it have taken to do that? Let's see why would they do that? Here's the forward. Here's the aft. They're not showing, 0 degrees up here, showing orientation there. Oh, they are. There it is. Nope. That's top. Oh, we're looking top view down. Okay, so now we're looking at the top view down, like if we were in a helicopter or an airplane looking down. They're orienting us for where 6 is. This is 0 degrees. Okay, this is what's going on there. Now, why on this one? So on this one, no. On this one, it should have. These two should have been here and here. Looking at top view down, we would see the hooks here and here. So the hooks here and here should have been here and here. But we would not have, we would only seen the O-ring. We wouldn't be able to, we'd only see the top of this. We wound up seeing this only. So they flipped it one turn. They rotated it one turn so we could see it this way. And that would be your G. All right, now we know 6 is at 0. Let's do that for you. At 0 right here is 6. 6 is also mid-span. Okay, we go back to 6. And this is reading the graph that's working. We're at the bottom of the floor here in the ocean. We look at 6. This might be weight drop here, weight drops right there, and weight drops here, and weight drops here. It's a consistent large peak. Large meaning incorrect narration. Consistent high peak of, elevated peak. It just moved it up. So this could be dropping weights. I can't help my humor. This could be a giant fart, and then it elevates. All right, remember 6. This is now. I say that to keep your attention. So number 6 is at the top. So this would be deflection or noise from the top of the vessel. So weight noise should not look like this. Should not look like. So this is at the top. So this should not look like our weight noise. So let's find the weight sensor, which would be the bottom. The closest we can get to the bottom is where the weights are, would be 7, I believe. 7 is 250 degrees out. Did we figure that out? Or was it 8 250 degrees out? Here's 250 right here, but wait for it. It'll have the degree angle again. If you're purring, that's George in the background on my lap. Here's number 7. So 7 would be my ideal one. Let's find 7. So here's 6. Oh, fuck. Where's 7? 7 is 250 degrees. So it's number 7. 7 is 250 degrees, 83.9 inches. So 7's down there. Let's go with 7. Go back to the top. Remember, where Rush and everybody sits. They sit around the elevation of 7. So they have a platform in here. Remember, a floor, 2 tanks down here. Here's 7. Remember, 0 just gave us that we have a frequency now of 0. Nobody's sitting up on the roof, right? There's a light there. There's a grab bar, an ship bar that he put on the roof, right? So here is 7 around where they're leaning against the wall. Let's go to 7 and compare against 6. So this is 6. And right here, I'm just going to just scroll down the page. And let's see if we get a match, a graph match. Here's 7 right below it. We do not. It's actually solid noise. So 6 is reading. It looks like this. 6 looked calm before. They're at the bottom of the ocean here. So 6 is calm right here. 6 takes a elevated bump with a spread of about. I'm looking at a timeline. Is that about? So this is 30 minutes. This is 15 minutes. Is that about 3-minute spread right here? And then if that's 3 minutes, this is roughly, that's 3 over to here. So that's 5 or 7. Another 4-minute spread, 1-minute spread. And then climbing, 6 is very, George? 6 is very calm again. It's peaceful. Let's see how from here is climbing back out of the ocean from the floor. Let's see how peaceful. At 6 at the top of the vessel where everybody thinks it imploded. Let's look at down here. 7 is, they're at the bottom. They're happy. They're happy. They're bouncing around a bit. They're really happy now to get near the fucking surface because they're making a lot of noise. Look, they're bouncing around, repositioning themselves when they get up near. These are meters. So you can imagine they're like packing their clothing up. They're really happy here. Packing up, they sound fucking made it, ooh, screaming in victory laps, and the sensors pick up on that. Sensors could be picking up on, oh shit, screaming down here too, the vibration, moving around. Let me get to the front window now. You had your look. Rush throwing a tantrum. I had to throw that in there. I don't give a shit about that. I only care about the data at this point. So, this is them climbing back up. From here to the right. Let's blow this picture up. This is number 7. This is where the noise, where they're sitting on the base. So I'll just put my mouse here, and I'll go over to here, and look to the right. Pretty solid. Couple of bangs. That's nothing to cry about. I don't know if this system can help them. Because I don't know what these noises are inside there. They didn't take it down there and say, look, we're going to now test it at 30 decibels, tap on the inside wall at that pressure. Dink. Remember, the pressure of the vessel at that depth, it gets more compressed and solid. So it's going to be, in theory, And so it's not going to resonate sound as easy. It's carbon fiber. No one's done this before. So this is exactly what it would look like. But we don't know what's going on down there. We don't know what's actually pounding number 7, 250. Remember, it's at 250 degrees. We don't know the opposite of 250 on the other side because it doesn't exist. Isn't that the one that's broken? So coming up here, there's one of them that's on the opposite side. Here's at 110. So I'm looking at the sensors and 110. So it's 110 degrees. It's also forward. Position is forward segment. How many inches off? Okay. Oh, fuck me. I love this one. Hold on. Oh, please tell me number 3 works. This is right after the critical, right? It's in the critical shear zone. And it's, shit, I gotta do math here. They did it for me. So here's 49 inches from here to here, right? What? Now, and then it's 51.8, but it's shifted over, look. It shifted over, and if you have 49 and 3.8, you come to 52.8 inches. This one goes from here to here, and it's 49. That's a difference of 2.58 inches. So this arrow, these two arrows together, this one and this one is supposed to be the measurement in here, but I was just trying to verify. So the next sensor, well, it's not even center line to that sensor. Number 3, it's here. This is 3.8 inches, but it's outside that line. See if I roll my mouse? It's outside that. And what does it say? It says, oh, okay. They say it's 3.75 inches. Let's just go with their bullshit. It's not true because this is 3.8. I rolled down. This has it further in. This should have said 3.75, and it should have been center line with this. Maybe they pick using the beginning of the sensor. This has two sensors on it. Let's go to 3, 110 degrees. That is near the critical shear zone of the front area, where so number 3. Let's go to it. George, come on. Okay. 3. I gotta zoom out. Can you hear me okay? Sound check? I know I just peaked my voice then. 3. Oh, I could have checked myself. Hold on. 3. Shit, it sounds like it's low. Testing. Stop, George. Stop. Number 3. Okay, so now we're at the, this is the base. This is the front area.
This hearing is now back in session. We will now hear testimony
It's pretty
from
tight.
Mr.
Hey,
Carl
it's coming back to the
Stanley
meeting.
with the Roatan Institute of Deep Sea Exploration.
Oh, shit. Hold on.
Mr. Stanley, the board's recorder, Lieutenant Steele, will now administer your oath.
They're going to hit the real-time monitoring stuff.
Please
So
stand
we'll
and
see how
raise your
close
right
I was.
A false statement given to an agency
Oh.
of the United States is punishable by a fine and
Hold on,
or
I'm sorry, I gotta
imprisonment
bring the mic
under
over to you.
18
Hold on.
USC 1001. Knowing this,
They're
do you
actually
solemnly
voting on me.
swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Tell me if your mic's good. Give me a mic check.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stanley. Thank you for being here today. If you, when you speak to the microphone, if you could just energize your button. Thank you, sir. Mr. Keith Fawcett will have the first round of questioning for you, sir. And if you ever need to take a break, just let us know. We'll have a recess.
Thank you. Mr. Stanley, thank you for being here. you've got the exhibits that we intend to use in front of you, and there's a laser pointer in case you want to use it up on the screen to highlight anything. And then if there's a particular page that you want to go to in one of your answers while we're referencing an exhibit, just ask the recorder to advance the page.
Okay.
You've been here for a majority of this testimony at this board, so when I ask a question, all of my questions will be framed of what you knew leading up to the events that transpired on the accident day, June 18, 2023, unless I specifically ask you otherwise.
Okay.
And then avoid acronyms, and if you accidentally use one, please explain what that is. So we're going to cover two topic areas. The first is your experience and work history related to submersible operations, the background and history with your submersible operation, the role of classification societies in what I will call tourist submersibles or submersibles that engage in oceanographic research but may carry passengers. And then the oversight, regulatory oversight for submersibles that you might be aware of. The second topic area, we will talk about your interaction with Mr. Stockton Rush and personnel that may work for OceanGate. So that'll be the second area. So if you would, just take your time and explain your background and training that relate to submersible operations.
So the way that I got into this whole line of work is I read a book when I was 9 years old, and it was a short story written by a veteran for his own children that turned into a little series of books. And from the 50s, I was just recently able to, a friend tracked it down for me. And at that age, when you say you want to do something like that, adults are encouraging, and I kind of took them seriously / was gullible enough and started researching how to make a submersible and going to the library. I traveled when I was old enough, I think at the age of 14, I took the train into New York, saw submarines on display at international underwater contractors, told them what I wanted to do. They lent me tools, allowed me to dissect parts, and I was taking notes. When I saw the bathysphere at Coney Island, I remember I wasn't old enough to drive. I had to take my bicycle, and I went to my local American Bureau of Shipping office and got a copy of the rule book and started looking through that. And from saving money mostly of scooping ice cream and working at a bagel shop, when I was 15, I had the first piece of steel delivered to my parents' backyard in New Jersey and hired a welder for one day to give me professional demonstration. But I had already done some studying on how to weld and then started at it. And by the time the same week I graduated college was the same week that submarine named Seabug made its maiden voyage. And this sub had carried myself and one passenger to a max of 725 feet, but the majority of the dives that I did with it were to 500 feet. I started very methodically diving. The first dive that it did was in a creek near my campus, Eckerd College, where the XR, which stands for Eckerd College Search and Rescue Team, was standing by with scuba divers when I did the first dive in the creek to maybe 10 feet. And then I was using it on the Gulf side of Florida, so you can't get very deep there. The deepest I ever got was 90 feet by Fort DeSoto, which was actually, looking back, a terrible choice. It was high currents and poor visibility in a shipping lane, but allowed me to test it to 90 feet. That was my first interaction with the marine authorities, coincidentally. So I was already aware that of the regulations. I mean, we're going back to the early 90s or mid 90s now. But I specifically kept that vehicle under 12 feet, and I didn't put motors on it until I took it out of the country. And so I registered it, but in terms of regulation, I was trying to keep it in the same category as a canoe or a kayak. And that's actually how the authorities treated it when I was in Florida. I did 49 dives with it in the state of Florida. I took it to the other side of the state and was using it. There's a little stretch between West Palm to Fort Lauderdale area that I did. Most of the dives there started at 200 feet, 400 feet, got to 600 feet, was diving. And so the way I was doing it, I had to get miles and miles offshore. I would go to boat clubs and dive clubs, and I would give an actual slideshow with slides and give a little spiel of, if you have a boat and you're willing to tow me miles offshore, I'll take you down in my sub. And so no money was changing hands. You know, if the authorities questioned us, which they did quite often, we could honestly say, like, you know, who's chartering who here? We both showed up with our boats and we're having recreational activity. And they, I remember one time, and this is pre 9/11, but they were they wanted to stop me from diving, and they had, I want to say Coast Guard, sheriff, and some other kind of patrol, 3 different boats, guns drawn, telling me I can't get on the sub. And it was about 2 hours that they had us detained before they said, yeah, we've been patched through the Coast Guard headquarters, and this is basically under 12 feet and doesn't have a motor, and go ahead. So at that point, so I also, it never started out as a business. It started, you know, as an idea I had in my head when I was 9 years old. And there were no submersible charter operations in the world at that time. So I didn't even have a model to look at in terms of knowing where it was going to lead. And when I graduated, I had the goal of, I had some money saved from a business, and I had the goal of diving it as much as I could for that summer. And if I couldn't figure out a way to make a go of it and have it be generating income, I was basically going to throw in the towel and say, well, you know, I tried for a summer and that was that. But I had it on display at a dive show called Ocean Fest, and it was there that I met a man with a resort in Roatan, which is the island where I've lived for the last 26 years. Okay. And that's how I ended up getting into the tourist submarine business. But even when I went down to Roatan, I didn't really, you know, I was only charging at first $125 a person, and I could only carry one person at a time. And it was just barely maintaining. It wasn't a very, you know, it wasn't going to provide a livelihood, but it was an exciting, interesting thing to do at the time. And then I left Roatan after 2 years of doing that and completing more than 400 dives to go and do a charter for a Canadian company that was the first one to get permission from the Cuban government to look for Spanish galleons in front of Havana. And because they were a Canadian company, they had a better relationship with the Cuban government. They hired me, and it was supposed to be for 2 months, but it ended up being for 6 months. And with that sub, I surveyed the entire area in front of Havana from 130 feet to 500 feet, 2 miles to either side on 20-foot depth transects. And after that job was done, they dropped me back in the Florida Keys, and I had a decision to make. And I decided maybe I should build a bigger sub and go back to Roatan and make better business out of this. And in the effort of doing that, I drove cross country. I had never been to the West Coast before, and there's a lot of submersible expertise on the West Coast. I met with Graham Hawkes. I met with Will Cohen. I met with Doug Privet. I met with this guy, Siverts. I forget his first name, but he had a sub that was uncertified that he was doing outfall inspection for LA County for many years with, called Snooper. Saw his operation, and I stopped and saw friends, and I made a big trip out of it. And in between New Orleans and New Mexico, I had nowhere really to stop, and somebody that I had had a brief encounter with on my dock years earlier, and I had mentioned that I had the idea of building another submarine one day, lived in Oklahoma. And he had told me, well, if you ever think you're really going to build another sub, stop by. I have a machine shop, and I might help you out. And I was like, so passing between that big distance, I was like, well, I'll check this guy out. And literally showed up unannounced in Idabel, Oklahoma, looked up Buck Hill, and turns out he's the second or third largest employer in the entire county, has a very impressive facility where he makes solid rubber tires that ship around the world, some of which maybe only one would fit on the back of an 18-wheeler. And he makes them from scratch. He brings in raw, unvulcanized rubber and sheets of steel and turns out a finished product that's in demand around the world. And so he obviously had a lot of machining capabilities and contacts in the town. The first day I was there, he took me to go meet the mayor. The mayor said, this is an exciting project. What can we do to help? He took me to go meet a friend that had an airport hangar that wasn't being used, agreed to rent it to me for $100 a day. The cost of living was extremely low. There was a lake the next town over that was 200 feet deep where I could do my testing. And I was like, well, this is the perfect spot. This is where I'm going to build my sub if I decide to do that. And I went to the West Coast, met with all those people. And so my front passenger sphere is upcycled from the same Perry submersible that is was built 1 year before I was born, the PC 1503, which is basically Antipodes and Idabel they're kind of sisters. They came from parts from the same original vessel. And I don't remember exactly how Stockton and I met, but I'm sure that was critical to how we ended up, starting to talk and like that. So basically I holed up in this airport hangar in Oklahoma for a year and a half, literally rolled out of bed in the morning and got to work on this sub. Didn't really have any distractions. I only left the state, I think, once in the year and a half. And after a couple test dives in the lake, shipped it down to Roatan and have been, that was 21 years ago. Since then, I've done in this vehicle over 1,840 dives.
So I'm going to ask the recorder to pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 084 TAC 1, which is a series of images and specifications for the vessels that you have been involved with, sir. And I just want to look at the top image on the first page, and I believe that's the first vessel that you were involved with.
Yeah, so the first one there is Seabug, and that stands for Controlled by Buoyancy Underwater Glider. And part of my design criteria were keeping it as lightweight as possible. So I kept track of every dollar that I spent on that sub. I had that thing operational for right at $20,000, which with inflation, probably you're talking double or triple at least now. But right off the bat, when I got the ABS book, so I mean, I did my due diligence and looked at the rules and looked at all the other vehicles and studied how to do it properly from a mechanical standpoint, obviously. Certification was not an option for me straight off the bat for two main reasons. One, this vehicle is incredibly small. It only displaces 2,300 pounds, which is similar to displacement of one-person articulated diving suits. The hatch was only 18 inches in diameter, and the main body is 24 inches in diameter. There's an ABS rule that your hatch has to have 3 feet of freeboard.
Can I ask you to use the laser pointer to, you're talking about different components, so maybe over on this screen here.
So that's the hatch, and these are the wings, and the passenger would get, only the middle tower opened, and the passenger would get in first, lie down, get into the back, and then I would get in and seal the hatch. And that accomplished a couple things. One, you had one less sealing surface to worry about, and you didn't have to worry about your passengers if they sealed the hatch or not. And two, it kept the hatch opening in the center of the entire vehicle, and the wings actually made it very stable, and I was able to safely get people in and out of there in even 6-foot seas.
Ballast is important to submersible operations. Can you use the pointer and point to where the ballast systems are?
So this vehicle had 6 ballast tanks. Each one of these covers is one. And you were able to control your pitch, roll, and overall buoyancy all independently using different valves inside, and that's where you got the gliding. And I would note that this is also the world's first gliding submersible ever made, and both Graham Hawkes and Phil Newton after this had gliding submersibles, and even DARPA now recently came out with a large manta ray looking gliding unmanned vehicle.
And later on, we'll talk about Mr. Hawks, but you know his professional affiliation, what company?
I know that he was originally supposed to be a third partner, and him and Stockton basically had a falling out over how much he was going to get paid. But he unquestionably has the most experience making composite pressure vessels for human occupancy, and that was obviously a huge error in judgment.
Composite vessels for human occupancy, are you talking about carbon fiber and other non-traditional construction materials such as titanium and steel?
Composite would refer, I mean, glass reinforced fiber, fiberglass, carbon fiber. As we've heard, there were diving suits that had fiberglass components, and Roy Thomas spoke about vehicles that have been classified in other countries that have had composite construction for components.
And then you mentioned the articulated diving suit, one-person diving suit. Are you talking about where the wearer gets into a large structure that has joints where they can move? It's not a traditional wetsuit or anything like that, is it?
Yeah, they're one atmosphere. I mean, they're essentially one-person submersibles that you almost wear. But from a design perspective, they basically are submersibles.
So if you'll scroll down, Lieutenant Steele, in the bottom, we see another submersible. What are we looking at here?
This is the vehicle I operate now. She's named Idabel after the town in Oklahoma. And it has the large forward sphere is the one that came out of the Pisces sub, which held the compressed gas for the divers to lock out on. And it's made out of HY100, which is one of the approved steels. Actually, the US Navy was making their own submarines out of that steel. They developed that steel for US Navy submarines. And the two spheres in the back are 516 grade 70, which is your most common pressure vessel steel. And they're nowhere near as strong as the HY100, but they, you can't really even, people aren't even manufacturing HY100 anymore in this country. So the passengers are in the front compartment looking out of the big window, and I'm standing up behind them. So the passengers, they have the best view and they can see up better than I can, but I have complete situational awareness, which, you know, many times there's been an animal 50 feet. I also have 11 lights on the sub, and where I'm diving, the water is incredibly clear. I routinely see the surface from 500 or 600 feet. So, you know, I sometimes spot animals 100, 200 feet away and am able to then drive the vehicle and show the customers that.
So if you would take the laser pointer and point to the forward passenger observation dome.
There.
Yes, what is that fabricated from?
That's cast acrylic. At any given time, there's only 2 or 3 companies in the world that make those, and that is a spare for the Beaver submersible, which I also went to go see. That's now in a museum in the Panhandle of Florida, and I tracked that window down through Andres Galern that had international underwater contractors in a warehouse in New York, and got it for a couple $1,000 because they were never going to use it. And actually, between the front sphere and that window and the amount of water that I have to launch in at the end of this dock, those were some of my defining design criteria.
And when you track down that sphere, that dome, did it come with certification as to its depth rating capacity?
It was originally certified. So the thing with those windows is the semi-spherical windows basically expire after 20 years from the date of being manufactured. And the number one thing that breaks down a window like that is UV radiation. And I feel very comfortable using that window because it was literally in the box that it was originally shipped in, and it receives, the only UV radiation it receives is when I'm driving in and out for 10 minutes, because as soon as I come to the dock, not only is my dock covered with a roof, but I've made a custom fiberglass cover that slips over that and no sunlight touches it.
If we could go to the next page in the lower left corner, there are some, these are publicly available specifications for your vessel. And down in the lower left, it talks about safety features. You'll see them on the screen, sir. Can you
Yeah,
see them?
I can read them better here.
Okay. Could you talk about the safety features?
So, in terms of methods to achieve positive buoyancy, my sub would have the exact same things that Patrick Leahy was talking about the other day. Like both Idabel and a Trident sub have 2 ballast compartments, independent high pressure air sources, and and a drop weight, and the ability to power themselves to the surface using the motors. And in addition to that, well, one thing my sub has actually that most subs don't have is the fully redundant propulsion systems, because something that's fairly unique about my operation is I don't use a surface boat of any kind for support, but the downside of that is that if I had, say, a motor fail and the wind was blowing me towards the reef, potentially I could get washed up on the reef before a boat that I would call for assistance could tow me back in. And so because of that, I have 4 motors for main propulsion with separate battery banks and completely independent wiring so that any component can fail and I can still come in on my own power.
So I've looked at a nautical chart of where you operate. So from your dock to get out to deep water where you conduct the majority of your dives, how far is that in terms of time that you're underway to get there?
It's, well, distance-wise, it's 800 to 1,000 feet, and time, depending on the sea state, 8 to 12 minutes.
You can take that down. Thank you, Lieutenant. So some general questions about your experience as a submersible operator and pilot. So are you aware of any formal training available for submersible pilots?
It's seems to be mostly by the manufacturers. I know that Trident has like an in-house simulator. I actually recently, well, last year, I was in Curacao and I went down in both of the subs they had there, and I was actually on a training dive with somebody that was paying for one of their courses. So yes, I'm aware.
Do you know if the formal training for submersible pilots offers, at the completion of the training, certification, like a certificate saying that you've completed that training?
In the case of Curasub, yes. In where U-Boat works, I would imagine Trident gives you a certificate.
So you mentioned the hull portion of the Ida Bell that carries your passenger. Can you talk about the area where you as the operator sits, and is that a separate pressure vessel?
No, it's all connected. It's 3 spheres, and the best way to think of it is kind of like a snowman sitting down. There's a small, medium, and large, and it makes an L. And I'm actually standing in the rear, and I have a little board that I can pop out and I lean against, but it's better to be able to keep turning around and have situational awareness.
And are all those spheres made of the same material?
No, the front one is the HY100, and the 2 in the rear are the 516 grade 70. And then there's a forged ring connecting the 2 largest spheres that's 4 inches by 4 inches, weighs about 400 pounds, and has a 24-inch opening.
So you talked about the number of test dives. Were any material testing, was any material testing done on the hulls after they were assembled?
Only, well, I've personally taken the sub down 2,660 feet, which is plus 33, plus 0.33. ABS standards is 0.25, and the deepest dive I offer tourists is 2,000.
So there was no unmanned pressure testing conducted?
I didn't have the budget for that. And it would have also been, at this point, you know, I would have to ship it all the way back to Maryland.
And that would be the Deep Ocean Test Facility?
Correct.
So in general, would you describe the Ida Bell as a commercial vessel?
Yes.
And then what do you call the people that go on your excursions on the Ida Bell?
Passengers. I would also note I've had a lot of scientists. There's no question I've done real science. I've had a fish named after Ida Bell that I discovered a new species of fish. I've had the curator of mollusks from the Natural History Museum do multiple dives with me, specialists in deep sea coral, many papers published, worked in conjunction with Schmidt Ocean Institute, and I don't give away dives to scientists. They're customers like everybody else. I mean, I'm providing a service and that really has been the way that submersibles have operated. It's only recently that now that these submersibles are mostly being operated by billionaires on their yachts, that the billionaires are courting scientists, and which has actually devastated funding for other subs that relied on scientists' money that were, for example, the Hawaiian Undersea Research Lab or the Johnson Sea Links, because when you have a billionaire saying, hey, come on my yacht, my chef's gonna cook you food, you have a private cabin and a hot tub, because they want the tax breaks. You could have a 500-foot yacht, and if you have a scientist on board that published a paper, now all of a sudden everything was a tax write-off. So to some extent, Stockton was really just looking around and seeing what other people were doing and playing the game. But I mean, obviously, the way he said a mission, you know, I don't agree with the terminology mission specialist, but by giving scientists dive time, this is something that's being done across the industry now, which is a relatively new phenomenon. But it's not something that I do. I charge scientists.
And you mentioned you don't agree with the term mission specialist. Why not?
I mean, it's clearly a dodge of trying to get around US regulations with passengers. I think Guillermo's testimony made that perfectly clear.
Do passengers on the Ida Bell, do they sign waivers?
No.
Why is that?
I would use the cliche of we're all in the same boat together, and I feel extremely safe going in my vessel. B, the scenario where they would be injured or perish and I wouldn't is even more of an outlier, and I honestly don't see it as a good use of my time.
So does the government of Honduras offer registration or flagging of a vessel such as the Ida Bell?
Yeah, my subs have always been registered in Honduras. I would also note that I've had 2 Honduran presidents down in my subs, well, in Ida Bell, as VIPs, as well as a vice president. There was one dive I had the acting president, and he wanted to bring his bodyguard, and then the vice president spoke up, and I ended up taking, you know, first and second in chain of command on one dive.
Did you charge those government officials?
I didn't charge them.
So at any time, does the government of Honduras inspect the Ida Bell?
They have inspected it.
And do they use any kind of inspection standards? In other words, at one time you mentioned your first vessel, it was a certain length, so it would be classed in a certain unmotorized, I'm paraphrasing, you said a canoe.
They're mostly concerned with overall size and tonnage. That's what kind of motors, how powerful they are. Basic information. I mean, I think it's important to keep in mind that the majority of the world's countries have never had a submersible operate from them, maybe visit them on a boat, but to be based out of. I mean, south of the United States, in the entire Western Hemisphere, there's my operation, the 2 subs in Curacao, and there was one in Costa Rica, which is no longer operating, and there's one that the Argentina Coast Guard has. That's it for the whole rest of the Western Hemisphere. So it's not really a major concern for most of the countries.
So what's the inspection interval by Honduran government officials? Is it annual or?
It's, you know, I have to renew my registration every year, sometimes 2 years. It's actually sporadic.
So it's not on a fixed schedule?
I would say a lot of government functions in Honduras are a bit sporadic.
So has the government in Honduras or any other government asked you to participate in like drills or exercises that would be, so that those forces could assist you if you had a dive emergency at depth?
No, but they have asked me to, and I have participated in helping them look for missing persons. And I actually retrieved a missing person. That wasn't at the government's request, but the widow's request, and found her dead husband and brought him back up.
So if you did get in distress in the submersible, where would be the nearest, and I'm talking about at a considerable depth, where is the nearest rescue rescue asset, such as another submersible or ROV?
More than 72 hours.
So now I want to turn your attention to your experience with OceanGate. So in general, could you just talk about your experience and your interaction with OceanGate since you became aware of the company and when that was, and just give us this, you know, general overview?
So I was looking back through all my emails, and my relationship with Stockton goes back at least 10, possibly up to 15 years. Definitely Pete Hoffman, that he's basically the one that parted out the Perry 1503 and built Antipodes in his garage. He was a close friend of mine. He came down to Honduras and took a dive with me. I think it was the last sub dive he ever did, and he was probably instrumental in connecting Stockton and I. But I think we also saw each other regularly at the meetings in New Orleans, underwater intervention that Will Cohen chairs. That's really been the only and the largest gathering of industry professionals that I've been going to for years. And you know, I went out to Washington. I saw Antipodes. I did a dive in Antipodes with Stockton in Puget Sound. And when I learned that he was making a carbon fiber sub, I was excited about it. I thought that, you know, that it was there. People have been, even the Navy, actually mostly the Navy, has been making tests and publishing papers on the possibility of composite pressure vessels for decades, maybe even 40, 50 years. And composite technology has gotten a lot better in 40 or 50 years. And even back then, the test results they were getting were in very encouraging, with basically rudimentary fiberglass. And so when I heard he was doing something out of carbon fiber, I told him, you know, I want to be a part of that. I saw that as an opportunity to dive deeper than I probably would have ever gotten to dive again. And I went out to Washington and I gave him a week of free labor working on the first version of the launch and recovery vehicle. Well, not free. It was with the understanding that one day, somewhere, when the carbon fiber vehicle was done, that I was going to get a ride, which is basically what happened.
And then what happened in your relationship with OceanGate?
Well, you know, so I mean, I basically just got an email from him out of the blue saying, this is your chance, come to the Bahamas, and I did. And we dove to over 12,000 feet, and there were around 30 people there. Renata was there. There were a lot of other mission specialists in waiting that were clearly eager to go, and they were basically, I was there about a week, and we had this whole small resort rented out in Marsh Harbor. Stockton and I were staying in the same house so they had the whole resort filled up, and then they had a bunch of extra houses that rented out. And actually, I slept outside in a hammock, but we would have meals together. And when we went out, it was Stockton, myself, not sure how to say his name, but he was in his early 20s, and he was a sonar technician for a third-party supplier, I believe, and his duty was something like calibrating the sonar. And then it was a friend of Stockton from childhood who was, I believe, the COO on the company, and he told us to be prepared for noises, and he had recently done the solo dive on his own, and basically just said, this is going to make noise, and brace yourselves. And do you guys have the acoustic emissions real-time monitoring graph for that dive? Has that surfaced at all?
Excuse me, so could we just specify the time frame at all of what we're discussing?
April
Yes.
of 2018,
That was the first Titan hull.
the first hull, yeah.
I don't believe we have that as an exhibit, sir. The acoustics for that hull.
Yeah. I would be very curious to see that if you ever come across it in your investigation. But
It's April of 2018?
I believe so.
2019.
Well, I mean, we need to figure that out, right?
Right. Could that have been April 2019, sir?
What's the page one? Yeah, I'm sorry, 2019. You're right.
So if you would continue, now you
Yeah.
were just speaking about the sonar tech and those test dives. So
Yeah.
continue, please.
So there were 4 of us in there, and in retrospect, there were a lot of red flags that now, after the implosion and learning more and putting different pieces of the puzzle together, start making sense and are kind of clues. But so there are 4 of us in there. Obviously, there could have been 5. There are many people back on shore that would have eagerly, he would have been appeasing customers waiting to go, filling that 5th seat. But there was only the 4 of us. And it made a lot of noise. And when we got down there, and another clue in retrospect is we didn't tow out. It's a fairly gentle sloping bottom. We had to go much farther offshore than I would need to go that deep off of Roatan. I mean, we were probably 10 or 12 miles offshore. And he chose to stop the towing a little shallow. We could have easily gone a little deeper, and that would have been a better test. But I think that was an indication of his lack of faith in that vessel. And when we got down there, he didn't do any of the driving in my recollection. He immediately, I believe I was the first one to drive, but he basically insisted, it was his idea, nobody asked to drive, had each of us drive. And I think that was his kind of sick way of, if we had imploded, we were a little bit in control of our own destiny, because when we were driving, we were needing to go towards deeper water to, I mean, the idea was really we were trying to get to the exact depth of the Titanic to confirm the hull was safe for that depth. And, you know, he knew at that point what the cross section of the hull looked like. He knew that it had been hit by lightning. He knew that his engineer had quit, that would refuse to go in it, that the Lockridge was refusing. You know, I didn't know any of these things.
Are you basing that on testimony that you have viewed here at the,
Wired magazine articles, talking to other people involved in the, I mean, things I've learned in the last year.
Ocean
Right,
Gate?
so I think that would be important to understand if Mr. Stanley is talking about conversations he had with Mr. Rush at the time, or if this is speaking now. There's been obviously a lot of information.
So yeah, Mr. Stanley, just to clarify, you're making that position on
From
what you
things
think-
I've learned after the implosion. These are things that Rush never told me.
Yes, sir. And it's from social media and media reports.
And being here and talking to people directly.
Understand. Sir.
Yes, if you could just limit to your answers to the time frame before the accident occurred on June 18th, of what you knew then.
Okay. So we got down there and it's making noises that, you know, the sound of a carbon fiber band breaking when it's in a 5-inch thick matrix is a lot of energy being released. And we were all clearly a little disnerved, but he had warned us, and I think nobody wanted to be the one to, you know, say they wanted to go up first. But I remember that at one point when I was driving, the bottom was a very gentle slope, and you didn't have a compass in front of you. The compass was on the screen, I believe, and you were actually able to drive to deeper water, and the window was a little distorting in terms of being able to tell the slope on the bottom, but you could actually drive to deeper water by the cracking sounds would amplify when you got deeper. And at some point, I don't remember who, we were all like, well, that's probably close enough. We've been down here long enough. And we went back up. And what I wrote him in the emails, and which is even more concerning than the cracking sounds that happened on the way down or while we were at the bottom, is that there was a kind of like a grand finale of cracking sounds as we were getting close to the surface, which I'm not a carbon fiber expert, but just thinking about it logically, the only way that you get a whole lot of more cracking when you're coming back up is that material degraded so much that it stored energy that was then released as the pressure was released. And, you know, that's what I wrote him in the email. And so I'm not allowed to talk about the 11 square feet of visible delamination that is now on the public record?
Well, we're focusing right now on what you knew up to the 18th of June, the accident day in 2023.
Okay, well, I didn't know about, all I knew at that point was what I heard. And that was enough for me to write these emails. I hadn't seen anything, I hadn't been told anything, and just off of that information, you know, how many emails back and forth over more than a year?
So you had mentioned a lightning strike. Did Mr. Rush or anybody at Ocean Gate prior to your dive on that Titan hull, did they tell you that there was a lightning strike in the vicinity of the Titan hull in the Bahamas?
I don't believe so. I think the first time I heard of a lightning strike was reading about it.
Do you know the damage a lightning strike will do to a vessel?
I'm sure it would be extensive, especially to a carbon fiber hull that's conductive.
If you had known that, would you have gone on the test dive?
No. If I had known there's a lot of things that if I had known, I wouldn't have gone. People have told me that I was, stupid, naive, but really what it came down to was at that point, I had no reason to believe that Stockton was a liar, and I had no evidence of any lies on his part. And when he said that he did a proper amount of testing, and he's a trained engineer, he's not an idiot, he's got this whole organization behind him. It didn't. A lot of the things I've learned in the last 18 months or whatever have been very shocking.
So you mentioned the sound of carbon fiber snapping or breaking in a 5-inch thick carbon fiber hull. How do you know what that sounds like?
Because I was there and I heard it.
Well, I mean, how did you identify that it was the sound of carbon fibers snapping?
You could even localize where it was coming from. We were hearing it so often that the first couple times it was disnerving. And then when it kept happening, I remember I was the one that was able to isolate the area where it was coming from and told them this is the area, and was listening right there. It's also a clue to me about Stockton's psychology in terms of, I tested both my vehicles myself, solo. I've heard things underwater, but to be 2 miles underwater by yourself in something that your engineer wouldn't go in, was hit by lightning, and you've seen a cross section of that hull. He was scared, because if he wasn't scared, he would have already isolated where the noises were coming from on his first dive. When I isolated the area, that was new information to him. But he was down there by himself, scared, and he kept going. That to me is not somebody with I have a high tolerance to risk. I've done a lot of adrenaline-seeking activities, but I don't believe, normal behavior.
So after that dive that you were on, where you heard those sounds, we've heard testimony in here that some acoustic sounds heard inside the submarine by the real-time monitoring system, which is an acoustic emission, right, could be the frame shifting as opposed to the hull. So after you came up from the dive, did you partake in any meeting where the results of the real-time monitoring acoustic sensors were examined by the group and tried to isolate where the sound occurred?
I personally never saw any data from the real-time monitoring system. I didn't see the screen. I actually thought perhaps the whole system was a bit of a sham until the last couple days' testimony. That information was not shared with me. He didn't think much of he didn't have me sign a waiver, and he never gave me a spiel about how everything's transparent and please ask any questions. It was just like, you're here, let's go.
And did you understand that that hull, which we've used different terms for, we've used the term prototype and so forth, that hull, if it completed successful testing in the Bahamas, was intended to go out on a Titanic expedition following the completion of those tests in the Bahamas?
Yeah, I mean, that's why all those mission specialists were there. They were jonesing to go. He had everything lined up. And I mean, that's relayed in my emails trying to tell him that there was no... I remember conversations with him too around that time in the Bahamas in person where I was still giving him the benefit of the doubt of, okay, maybe you've done enough testing and you know it makes so much noise and nobody's gonna die. I kept trying to tell him, you do not have a marketable product. You are gonna get out there, and if you have 4 people plus yourself in there and it's making things anything like what we heard, one of those people is gonna say, hell no, I wanna go back to the surface. So, and how's that a good business model? Like now, you know? And then I also, things were not working on the sub properly on our dive. There was something wrong with the drop weights. There were issues we had plenty of issues. And, you know, any new vehicle is gonna have issues. And the more unique and one-off it is, and the more things that you're doing that haven't been done before, the more issues you're gonna have. Everything about this vehicle hadn't been done before. I mean, all the systems. He hated buying something off the shelf if he thought he could rig it together himself. And I also was making the point to him from a businessman perspective, like, what's your refund policy gonna be? Like, I mean, to me, it's very cut and dry. In my operation, you know, if I have to end a dive early, I tell my customers, I'm like, you want the good news or the bad news? Which is basically like, we're gonna have to go up and the dive's ending short, but it was free. Like, I could not have the reviews I have on TripAdvisor with his kind of business philosophy of, well, you'll get a credit for next year. Like, what the hell is that? And so it was obvious that he wasn't even gonna have a 50% rate of dives without major issues. So when you're charging people 6 figures, how are you, just from a business perspective, the whole thing seemed completely premature.
So I want to,
One moment, please, Mr. Fawcett. Ocean Gate, do you have a comment?
I'm just not sure what the question was, actually.
Mr. Fawcett, what,
yes, it was, were you aware that the Titan submersible, if it successfully passed its testing regime in the Bahamas, if it was going out on the Titanic mission that year, once those tests were complete?
And so that was my answer. I mean, this was a main point of contention and argument that I had with Stockton in person in the Bahamas, was from a business perspective, how are you going to keep delivering a partial product to a customer and you're in the middle of the ocean and, you know, you've already basically spent, doesn't cost him any less if he has to end a dive early. He should really get everything figured out ahead of time and then take it out there.
So the first test dive in the Bahamas was only Mr. Rush.
I believe so. I wasn't there for that, but that's what I believe.
The second one is the dive you participated in.
I believe so.
When did you leave the Bahamas? Were you there for the completion of the test dives?
I'd have to look at I think I was there about a week.
Excuse me, Mr. Fawcett, is there a basis for saying that was the second dive? We can't actually look at the log. Or if Mr. Stanley knows if he was there for the entirety of the time that the Titan was in the Bahamas and knows which number dive his was?
Do you recall if you were on the second dive of the test hull of the Titan?
I believe that the dive previous to the one I was on was the one that Stockton did by himself.
Thank you. So Exhibit 85 are extracted emails between yourself and Mr. Stockton Rush. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes.
And we're looking at the year 2019, and the first email, I'd like you to take a moment, and Lieutenant Steele will pull up the first page just for a general overview, but you've been provided the exhibit. If you'll take a minute, you sent an email on April 18th, 2019, I believe, to Mr. Rush. Can you characterize generally the contents of that email and what your concerns were?
Do you have that exhibit, Ocean Gate?
It's the one that's right there.
Yes, the first email. And,
Yes.
but we are not, just to clarify, we're not using the exhibit, just Mr. Stanley's characterization of what he said?
No.
Okay, we are, okay.
I'm asking him in the interest of time to characterize the contents of the email.
Could we take a 10-minute break?
Yes. The hearing will recess and reconvene at 1:50. This hearing is now back in session. Mr. Fawcett, please continue.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to draw your attention back to Exhibit 084, and there are certain passages I will ask you about. There was, the first email is April 18, 2023, and you say, and you can pull that up, Lieutenant.
Objection 2019, I believe.
2019, pardon me. Thank you. The quality of work I did for you in Washington was excellent, and you enjoyed reading my exchange with Bruce Jones. And what was the work you conducted for Mr. Rush in Washington?
That was working on the first launch platform,
And then Bruce,
LRT, or, yeah.
so you're talking about the launch, the first launch platform, which would have been used for which submersible?
Probably Cyclops 1.
And then Mr. Jones?
That was a former partner at Trident.
And then reading down into that email, it would be, it's highlighted there, that portion. You say the sounds we observed yesterday do not seem consistent with glue joints breaking, air cavities breaking, or random weak fiber breaking. What we heard, in my opinion, and I think after the discussion Joel and I had last night, I can say he shares this opinion, sounded like a flaw, defect in one area being acted on by the tremendous pressures and being crushed, damaged. From the intensity of the sound, the fact that they were never totally stopped at depth, and the fact that there were sounds at about 300 feet that indicated a relaxing of stored energy, would indicate there is an area of the hull that is breaking down, getting spongy. So you had mentioned you had thought you had identified a specific area of the hull where the sounds emanated from. Is that what you're speaking about here?
Correct.
And what area of the hull would that be?
I remember it being low and towards the flange.
And is the flange where the carbon fiber hull is mated to the titanium rings?
Yes.
At the time you made your dive, what was the interior of the submarine? Was there a liner that prevented a person?
There was. You couldn't see the hull directly.
Was it the forward dome, the forward being where the observation port was, or was it the after dome?
I think towards the observation dome, but I can't remember. I can't remember for sure.
So Mr. Rush replied to you, and that would be on May 23rd, 2019, and we've highlighted that.
Yeah, we had discussions after in person when I.
Hang on just 1 second. Can you scroll down to, it starts, yes, we are shooting for, it's up on the screen now, sir.
Okay.
So he says, yes, we are shooting for a few more, as many as 4,000, I'm assuming that means dives, to get added acoustic data and operational experience, especially charging at sea and back to daily dives.
Objection, Mr. Fawcett, is this email a response to the other one? Because it seems just the first phrase we just read seems like an answer to a question that was not, yes, we're shooting. I know these are excerpts, but it's not clear to me that this is a continuous conversation. So I just want to make that clear.
Do you know if you received emails between the email we just discussed in April and this date?
This is the complete email chain, but I don't know what day I left the Bahamas, but I know I was still in the Bahamas, staying in the same house when he got the first email from me. And I remember there being like a large meeting with maybe 20 people. And when there was a chance, he kind of signaled to me that we were going to talk privately about what I had emailed. We had conversations about the content of the first email before he gave me this written response.
So this is your first written response to your original email.
Correct.
Our analysis of the past dive shows a definite reduction in acoustic events, but only having data from 2 full operating dives, does not make for much validating trend. Did that response related to your experience as a submersible pilot and your experience on a dive concern you?
I mean, obviously, I was very much concerned that I kept sending him emails for over a year. And I didn't even know a fraction of what we know now.
Objection, when we're saying over a year, I believe these emails are a month apart. Is there a different set of emails we're talking about that's over a course of 1 year?
There are 8 pages of them.
Yeah, they're all from May through June 2019, at least every single one in this exhibit.
Oh. Okay.
Okay,
So
so
just to
we'll still-
clarify, these emails are from between the dates of April and June of 2019, not over the course of the year, unless there are additional emails that we do not have here.
My bad. I still thought 2018 for some reason.
Okay, so for the record, we have about 3 months of email exchange.
Correct. That's all we have, sir. And they're here in this exhibit, redacted.
Okay, so Mr. Stanley, can you keep the testimony, at least when we're directly quoting the emails to this
Okay.
series? Thank you, sir.
So on May 27, 2019, you sent an email to Mr. Rush. And if you'll scroll down, so you said your last email, and you talked about some different, the Smithsonian article and OceanGate latest press release has given me plenty to think about. A few thoughts I wanted to share with you. So the first thought, paragraph A, was 2 to 7 dives to operating depth are too few to launch an expedition selling 6-figure tickets in the middle of the ocean. I think 50 is good and what would that symbol represent?
A good number.
So how many dives I had in Seabug before taking customers, it will fail catastrophically. Were you aware that carbon fiber, when it did fail, would fail catastrophically as opposed to just a gradual weakening of the carbon fiber hull?
I don't know that enough, even in the hull that failed, from all the acoustic emission charts we have seen, it did give him warning. He was just ignoring the warnings. So I would argue it wasn't obviously it was a catastrophic failure, but it's not like glass. It gave him warning. He just chose to ignore it.
But I'm speaking of at the time that you wrote this, did you understand that carbon fiber could fail catastrophically?
Any failure of a pressure hull is catastrophic.
And then finally, you say in paragraph C, the fact that you indirectly told me not to speak about the noises I heard on the dive, to me says a lot. As you know, my subs have had many issues and incidents over the years. At no point did I find it necessary to tell anyone not to speak of what I saw or heard. I have told journalists openly about my most exciting subsea moments. I feel my customers make 100% informed consent, or at least have access to all the information to do so if they choose to do the research. So when you were speaking about your particular experience, what were you speaking about from your moments?
Well, I've had a very long career, over 26, 27 years, 28 years of operating submersibles, with cumulatively in a few more dives, I'll be at 2,400 dives. More than half of those are to 2,000 feet in the 4-hour range. I've done dives up to 24 hours, and I'm operating without surface support in a offshore, essentially, even though it's it's close to my, it's my front yard, but it's still the open ocean. There was one time with the, you want me to list the incidents I've had?
Well, give me an example if you would.
One time, so Seabug, I had to get towed in and out because the motors were only added after the fact and they were right on the water line, so they didn't give you enough power. They sucked a lot of air, they cavitated, and you had to get towed in and out. And there was one time the boat that towed me out, where I'm operating, as you saw the charts, it's an immediate drop off. It's on the edge of the Cayman Trench. And my passenger took essentially too long to get in, and the wind was blowing us towards the reef. And by the time we were both in and I sealed the hatch and I descended, it was already too shallow and I had to surface. The boat had already left and there were probably 4 or 5 foot waves, and the vehicle got washed up on the shore, which where I live is ancient coral, iron shore. And nobody was injured. One of the drop weights on the bottom of the sub was ripped off, and my passenger and I actually carried it together back to the resort I was operating out of at the time, and I had to do repairs on the sub.
Did you tell the passenger not to speak about that incident?
No.
And have you spoken about that incident prior to June 18th, 2023 to Mr. Rush or anybody else?
There was a resort full of people. It wasn't being tried to keep any kind of secret, but I'm not, if anything, I'm too candid with journalists. I mean, I've talked about any kind of incidents I've had in a whole bunch of different magazine articles and things over the years. It's all a matter of public record.
And would that have been before the June 18th, 2023?
Yeah.
So you sent an email to Mr. Rush, which is the next page, on June 2nd, 2019. The highlighted portion, throughout these hearings, we've talked about the experimental nature of the Titan. There's been testimony about the fact that it was experimental. So in this, he's giving you an example. The more relevant example would be the FAA requires only 25 hours of flight testing before passengers are taken in an experimental aircraft. Only one of these flights needs to be to a maximum dynamic pressure, the aviation equivalent of, I'm assuming that's maximum operating depth, but I'm not sure.
I would assume so.
The required hours can be logged in 10 flights or fewer, and this holds true for my composite airplane and others that use novel structures, material, and configurations. So my following questions relate to the term experimental and your knowledge of experimental, because you're engaging in this give and take. So the Federal Aviation Administration is the government agency that oversees flight aviation. And in the case of the Coast Guard, we oversee the maritime transportation system. So the FAA, under U.S. Code CFR 14 CFR 91.319, says that aircraft having experimental certificates operating limitations. The purpose. Experimental aircraft can only be used for the purpose for which they were issued, such as education and personal use. Were you aware of that?
I have not been involved in small aircraft that much. My experience was getting my B license skydiving, and that's what I was comparing his operating experience to, and I compared it to how much experience I felt personally was required to be comfortable with taking passengers with both of my vehicles. I would also note that was in a meeting, I think, I don't recall if Rush was there or not, but it was in the meeting in New Orleans of the underwater intervention. And there was basically a special meeting because of what OceanGate was doing. And they were looking for some way, discussing some way to try to stop them. And I remember it was only Graham Hawks was there and myself, and we're the only ones that were kind of sticking up for OceanGate in any way. And I said, maybe since we all understand carbon fiber would be exceedingly an expensive, lengthy, basically almost impossible process for a non-state actor to accomplish. For example, the book that's been referenced multiple times, first by Neeson, Jerry Statue's book on acrylics. It's like this thick. At the time, acrylic was a brand new material, and everybody realized it was going to be a valuable thing for viewports, but they needed to figure out what the rules would be. The Navy paid one person to essentially dedicate their life to figuring that out. And acrylic's a fairly easy material to work with. It's homogeneous as a material. It doesn't have hidden pockets or anything like how composites can have. So the amount of research and development that would really have to go into making a carbon fiber submersible that could be used and certified to those depths, you're talking tens of millions of dollars in a decade or two at least of somebody's life.
Let me stop you there because I was talking about the term experimental for aviation as a comparison to the marine model. So, for clarification, that meeting in New Orleans of the industry experts, do you recall what year that was?
No. But the point I was trying to make with that is I proposed in that room, maybe we can all just agree to insist that he at least gets 50 dives under his belt, and that's going to mitigate a lot of this risk. And Graham Hawks was like, yes, I think that's a good number, because he's also had issues getting composite vehicles. He ended up finally getting them certified, I believe, but it was a lengthy process and only for about 100. If he had done just 50 dives to operating depth, none of this would have happened.
So that meeting that was part of the New Orleans conference, was that on the printed agenda so I could research that meeting and see that that meeting was part of that conference or symposium?
Most likely, yes. Will Cohen would have been the organizer, and he's testifying tomorrow. He would probably know.
So under the same discussion of experimental for the Federal Aviation Administration's rules, they say compensation. Did you know that the experimental aircraft cannot be used to carry people or property for compensation or hire?
That sounds vaguely familiar, but again, I'm not that familiar with experimental aircraft.
It further states it must be inspected by a certified repairman designated for light sport aircraft with a maintenance rating. Would you know that?
I've never heard that, but that sounds like a good rule.
Objection. Does Mr. Stanley have any basis to answer these questions?
Yeah, Mr. Fawcett, he already said that he's not familiar with the experimental aircraft rules.
So moving on, later in your email, you respond to Mr. Rush's comments regarding the FAA experimental aircraft, and you say on June 2nd.
I would just like to note that even his own cited numbers for experimental aircraft numbers in terms of hours, or he wasn't even meeting those.
But Mr. Stanley, I thought you said you weren't familiar with the
Well, from
experimental
what
aircraft.
Stockton said in his email,
Okay.
his own criteria that he picked, he didn't even meet.
Then the basis for saying that is,
Are you saying he provided a number that was not met in his own
It
email?
was in the last slide. 25 hours of flight. He didn't have 25 hours in Titan before he was willing to take passengers.
and
I
what
don't
is
know
the
how-
basis for that
Yes,
statement?
sir, I don't know that you can say that.
Okay.
Did you have any subsequent conversations with Mr. Rush or anyone at Ocean Gate after this email chain regarding the safety of operations at Ocean Gate for Titan, excuse me?
In terms of the ideas expressed in the emails, I didn't feel it was my business to kind of undermine his standing within the company. I did have some brief conversation with the fourth passenger, his friend, and he was visibly shaken after that dive, and to my recollection, left the, basically quit within a few days after that.
And who is that?
I said his name before, it's escaping me right now.
So in the June 3rd, in,
Objection, Mr. Fawcett, before we move off, we're moving off these emails, I just wanted to clarify that this is not a complete chain, and in fact, there was an email from Mr. Rush to Mr. Stanley, to which that May 23rd email was a response to. I don't know where, but these are, just for the record, this is not a complete email exchange, and we can provide the complete email exchange that includes emails that were omitted from these excerpts.
Okay, thank you, Ocean Gate. If you can find the additional emails, we will redo the exhibit and add those redacted versions.
Thank you.
yes, we weren't aware of that, sir. In,
Well, wouldn't I be the one to have those emails?
That was going to be my question,
So what makes you think that they're missing emails here?
because we have the full email chain and they're missing emails there.
How do you know an email's missing?
1 second, please. I
Oh.
think that Ocean Gate, you have the other side of the email chain.
Correct.
Yeah, if you would just provide those to the board, we will make that the exhibit.
We will.
so on June 3rd of 2019, it's the last 2 pages of the email chain that we do have as the Exhibit 85. You sent an email to Mr. Rush.
Is page what, out of 8?
It's the second to the last page.
Okay.
Where it says, we're scrolling down to it. Scroll down to the next highlighted section, please. Yeah, so it starts, your statement that you will not take non-essential crew, clients, media, or clients or media in the sub until you're confident the hull is safe, to me is sort of a red flag. The definition of safe is free from risk, and then you have a link there to what appears to be a dictionary. Obviously, and as evidenced by your waiver, the endeavor you wish to undertake is full of risk. What we are talking about here is the risk management and what is an acceptable level of risk. So you included that in your response, and you felt, am I correct, that the idea that there was a confidence in the submersible, that it was safe, because ultimately he did take personnel into it.
Mm-hmm.
So you were saying that based on your knowledge of what risk was, as you define here, that the submarine was not safe.
Objection. Could we just ask,
I think we
rephrase the
need to
question?
rephrase that question. Sir, what did you mean by that?
I mean, I was
statement?
advising him to gain more experience to mitigate risk.
Thank you. I'm getting to my final questions here. So how did you become aware of the accident? Now we're talking about the accident that occurred on June 18, 2023.
Yeah. I had been camping for a couple weeks off-grid in the jungle in the mainland of Honduras, and the day I got out was the day the sub went missing.
And did anyone contact you for assistance once the accident had occurred?
No, but you know, people within the community, we were all calling each other, and even without the information that James Cameron had access to with the sound, I was able to, I was 100% sure that they had imploded. I said that to a journalist actually from Harper's, but I didn't want to go on the record as such until the family found out another way. But the only way that you would lose both your tracking and communication and not be on the bottom would be an implosion.
Sir, that's my final question.
Mr. Stanley, do you want to continue or take a?
I'm good to continue.
Okay. This time, Lieutenant Commander Whalen has questions for you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Stanley. What was the testing process for the Idabel? You had mentioned you were testing it in the lake that was near Idabel.
So before, you know, you got to back up to engineering, really, which I did myself too. First, I looked at as many. So my sub is essentially a combination of spheres and of known materials, and you're able to extrapolate from other vehicles of a similar diameter and thickness and a strength of material and get a real good idea of the strength of your individual spheres like that. Then I collaborated that data with using a program called Under Pressure from the company Deep Sea Power and Light, which made most of the lights that are on my sub. Most of the subs in the world are using their lights, and they been around forever. They know what they're doing. So they got this program, and then I made scale models, and I brought them out to California and tested them in Doug Privett's pressure chamber. I made 3 models. One of them went the equivalent of close to 4,000 feet and failed, and the 2 others went over 4,400 feet, and the pressure chamber actually started to deform, and that's where we ended the tests.
And were these 1/3 scale models a direct representation of
They
the full
weren't
scale?
1/3. They were based on 6-inch spheres. But they were, and I also made a point of using weaker steel and not taking great care in my welds so that any variable would be erring towards the side of caution.
And is that how you determine the rated depth?
Well, originally I was planning on having an operating depth of 3,000 feet, but for many years I kept it to 2,000 feet. And then as I made more money in operations, I paid an engineering firm to do finite element analysis on it, and they gave me a number of 2,700 feet. And that was actually with a film crew in their face, and they were obviously not wanting to, they were cautious because had anything gone wrong, here they are in front of a camera telling me 2,700 feet was a good depth to take this to. And then I had an engineer working for me for a couple of years, and he also ran his own finite element analysis on my hull and came up with the exact same numbers. And so I take 2,700 feet as a safe limit. I've been to 2,660. I've slept at 2,500 feet numerous times, and I don't take my passengers below 2,000.
And the materials that you used for the Idabel, were they approved materials within the ABS class standards?
Yes.
At the dive in the Bahamas on the 17th of April, 2019, were you aware of a representative from Lloyd's Register in
No.
attendance?
I don't believe that there was one there.
Lieutenant Steele, can you please bring up exhibit number 52, which is the dive log for the Titan submersible. And if you can zoom in to include up to column 5, please. And so what we believe this represents is if you could start up at the top, please. So the first dive for the original Titan hull was conducted on or about the 6th of February in 2018 to a max depth of 3 meters. And if you could please scroll slowly through the max depths. Continue. Keep going. And so on dive 26, it's just C2_0026 on the 26th of June, 2018, was an unmanned dive to 4,000 meters. Scroll down, please. Continue.
Joel Perry, that would have been the guy's name.
Thank you. Please stop. In the far left column, C2_0039 on the 10th of December 2018 was to 3,939 meters, and that was the solo dive with Mr. Stockton Rush. And if you could please scroll to dive number 47. Stop. And this was the dive that you partook in on the 17th of April 2019 to 3,760 meters. Mr. Stanley, were you made aware that you were one of the first crew, other than Mr. Rush, to be in the submersible to a depth of over 3,000 meters?
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised to see all the dives before this. He really wasn't transparent with that kind of information. I also was extremely curious about if my theory on the hull breaking down in the one area was correct or not, and asked him specifically multiple times to share information or images of the area with the defect when I learned that he had scrapped the hull. And he told me that he had, actually I don't even think he told me, I think Mike Claudel told me. So I heard through a third source, but he wouldn't share that information with me.
You can go ahead and bring that down. And as we saw in the previous exhibit that Mr. Fawcett had up regarding your emails, at any point within those emails, were you made aware that a crack was identified in the hull according to the maintenance log, was on the 29th of May, 2019?
I learned about the crack from Wired magazine.
And what Wired, was there a specific Wired magazine article that you heard from?
One of the more recent ones.
Okay, so after the...
Quite recently.
Quite recent. Is this... Had you planned any more dives or any more operations with Mr. Rush after your dive on the 17th of April 2019?
It was never discussed. I didn't really have an interest in going to the Titanic. I didn't, I feel also this exchange of emails strained our relationship from what it had been previously. We weren't, I felt like I kind of pushed things as far as I could without just him telling me to shut up and never talk to him again.
Were you ever a member of the MTS or the...
On and off, I have been, yeah.
Were you involved in the drafting of the letter?
They didn't ask me to sign it, but I was aware of it.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have for now.
Mr. Stanley, at this time, I'm going to go to the National Transportation Safety Board for questions. Mr. Muse?
Good afternoon, Mr. Stanley. Did Mr. Rush discuss at all how he was going to get Titan and the Lars to the Titanic site, like on the back of a supply boat with a ramp, or was it going to be craned overboard or towed out there?
We weren't staying in that close contact in the last couple of years. Most of the information I was getting was from Mike, who now has Antipodes, and he had been on one of the expeditions. He'd actually been bunkmates with PH on one trip, and he was staying much closer with Stockton.
But in this time frame we've been talking about, 2019, you weren't aware, or they didn't share what their plans was on?
We weren't talking like that.
Okay. And my only other question is, where is Seabug now?
I scuttled it in the middle of the bay, and it's like an artificial reef. It probably has a 6-foot green moray eel in it right now.
All right, thank you for your time today.
Mr. Stanley, just have a couple follow-ups from the initial questions. For the Ida Bell, did you ever get that classed?
No.
But you did build it to classification standards?
So, for one thing, that window would need to be replaced every 20 years, and you're talking $30,000, $40,000. So Ida Bell, I didn't keep track as carefully of every penny like I did with Seabug, but approximately, I had that diving for $100,000. I did all my own welding, the majority of my own machining, my own initial engineering, and I was sleeping either in a hammock or in my car for the year and a half when I was working on it. I was on a very tight budget. And certification, it's great if you're a billionaire or a cruise line or you're running a big ship where the cost of certification probably isn't even one tank of gas on your ocean liner. But their business model is essentially they're charging by the hour, and they let you know when they're done. They don't even quote you a price up front. And the longer the process draws out and the more complicated it is, the more money they're making. And that simply, it would have easily doubled or tripled the cost of the initial construction of Ida Bell. Yeah.
And sir, I think you mentioned that when you were aware of the letter of concern that the MTS was drafting, that you had some sympathy for the position of trying to get a new carbon fiber hull certified or,
There's a company in Rhode Island that's making pressure vessels, not for human occupancy, but for 6,000 meters, and they have it more or less worked out. And from what I've read and from talking to other people, that gentleman reached out to Stockton Rush and wanted to confer with him, and Stockton refused his advice or even opportunity of meeting with him.
Objection, what's the basis?
that wasn't really my question, sir. I was going to ask you why you felt the sympathy was it because you felt like a carbon fiber hull would take a long time to get certified correctly?
It would take a very long time.
Do you know how many years that would be, or time frame?
I would say it would be more of an effort than what the Navy did for getting acrylic windows up to, I mean, the book is that thick, and more money than Stockton had.
Are you familiar with international rules for submersibles?
No.
At this time, I'd like to go to Ocean Gate Council for any questions.
Sure, thank you. Before the dive, Mr. Stanley, that you did on the Titan, I believe we had the date of April 17th, 2019. Do you recall Mr. Rush describing that as a home-built sub to you before you came to dive on it?
I don't recall.
Okay. And which date, so your dive was on April 17th. Do you recall when you arrived and when you departed Bahamas for that?
I think I was there the better part of a week, but without searching flight records, I couldn't tell you exact dates.
Understood. And do you recall that between April 16th and April 18th, so including on the date of your dive, Mr. Nolan Thompson, a surveyor for Lloyd's Register, was present for the dives?
I don't recall meeting him.
Just give me 1 second. And the version of the Titan submersible that you dove on April 17th, do you know if that was the carbon fiber hull that was used on the Titanic expeditions?
To my knowledge, it was not.
Thank you.
Sir, just a couple more follow-up questions. You mentioned that you dove on the Antipodes in Puget Sound.
Correct. Was
there any compensation for that dive?
No.
Why do you think Mr. Rush provided that dive to you?
Fellow enthusiasts.
Why, sir?
That, we both had a big interest in submersibles, and I don't remember who else was in the sub, and I mean, they probably had some kind of other mission they were doing, and I just kind of went along with it, but I don't, it was probably more than 10 years ago.
Sir, do you remember it was like a scientific mission that you were on?
I don't remember us doing any science. I remember being about 50 feet underwater and thinking we must have been hundreds because it was already so dark.
Sir, Lieutenant Commander Williams has a question for you.
Lieutenant Steele, could you bring up Exhibit 052, the maintenance log, and scroll to page 9, please? If you could scroll into the May 29th. According to the maintenance log seen here it was discovered on May 29th that a crack was seen on inside of main pressure vessel at the 0900 clock position. Lieutenant Steele, could you now bring back up Exhibit 085, which is the email conversation, and scroll to page 5? Looking at the end of the second page, and actually, could you scroll up first just a little bit so we can see the date? Mr. Stanley, we can see that it is on June 2nd that Stockton Rush sent this email to you. At the end of the second paragraph, it says, whether a localized acoustic activity we all heard is critical or merely characteristic is yet to be determined. I just wanted to confirm that there was no other communication between you and Stockton besides this email that occurred in June 2019, or these email chains.
Not that I can recall.
And so just to confirm, he never told you about the crack of the hull at this time?
I found out about the crack from Wired magazine.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Are there any other questions
Can I ask
for
just
Mr.
a
Stanley?
quick follow-up?
Yes.
Mr. Stanley, do you know whether Mr. Rush knew of the crack when that email was sent? I assume not, since you learned from the Wired article, but I just wanted to confirm.
How would I know that?
Right, thank you.
So it would be possible that he was not informed.
I
in your
find that
opinion.
highly unlikely.
Understand. At this time, are there any further questions for Mr. Stanley? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Stanley, is there anything that we haven't asked you that you think would be valuable for the board to consider?
Yes. And I realize what I'm going to say kind of is, I expect objections from Ocean Gate's counsel, and I would wish that you would indulge me a few minutes to lay out what I think about this, seeing that Ocean Gate came very, very close to killing me and has had a severe impact on my business as well as an entire industry. And I think I could at least have a few minutes to spell out why I think this all happened and how it happened, because I've spent a great deal of time trying to figure that out and also researching it. And there's a lot of information online about Stockton and his family. And I think I have a pretty good theory about how this all connects.
Well, sir, I don't want to dig into information you may have seen on social media or online.
I mean, I'm talking about his father's obituary, things like that.
I'd rather not go into his, father's obituary. Can you condense this into a theory that you have?
So, the definition of an accident is something that happened unexpectedly and by sheer chance. There was nothing unexpected about this. This was expected by everybody that had access to a little bit of information. And I think that if it wasn't an accident, it then has to be some degree of crime. And if it's a crime, I think to truly understand it, you need to understand the criminal's motive. And I think the entire reason this whole operation started was Stockton had a desire to leave his mark on history. He was living in the shadow of 250 years of historically significant figures. And his father was extremely well accomplished Marine, big game hunter, president-elect of Bohemian Club. And the Bohemian Club plays a central role to this incident because Stockton was allowed in, but only to provide entertainment. And his ego, he needed something to go.
Sir, I just want to stop you there because
Yeah.
I feel like this is information that you've gleaned that's outside the scope of my investigation. So
It's central to understanding why.
can you limit to your theory? You believe Stockton Rush was trying to make his mark in history? Is that the basis
Exactly.
of this?
I mean, he had enough money to charter a sub and see the sub. He actually went on record in an interview and saying that the first trip to the Titanic, he didn't even bother looking out the window. This wasn't, and I don't think it was about making money the way that Guillermo said. Also, that entire business plan is completely bonkers. The industry of oil and gas and military completely moved to ROVs like the one that you released the footage retrieving the wreckage. They don't need 5-man vehicles for those kind of applications. They've got this already figured out with remotely operated vehicles. Stockton's entire business plan made 0 sense. But I think these wealthy individuals, probably from the Bohemian Club, probably on his board of directors, threw money at him, and he was painted into a corner. And I think lowering that thing on a fishing line, he was looking for an out. He probably hoped the fishing line broke. Why would you not even use a decent rope? And how do you tell all these people that invested? Guillermo gave me a number of $100 million of investment. How do you tell people their $100 million is gone and your business plan was a terrible idea and isn't working out? And I think that's why he kept diving, and he knew that eventually it was going to end like this, and he wasn't going to be held accountable, but he was going to be the most famous of all his famous relatives.
Thank you, sir. At this time, Mr. Stanley, you are released as a witness at this Marine Board investigation. Thank you for your assistance and cooperation with this investigation. If we need further information from you, we will contact you directly. And if you need further information from this board, you can contact our recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. At this time, the hearing will adjourn for the day and reconvene at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Hey, I missed something? I missed a lot, I guess. I just got in. Back. Hey, I'm gonna turn the volume off. Hold on, I gotta go back in the video.